I want to thank you all for your presence here. Today, the subcommittee is holding a hearing entitled "A Smarter Investment: Pathways to a Clean Energy Future." Due to COVID-19 and uh, this pandemic that we're living in, the public health emergency, today's hearing is being held remotely. All members and all witnesses will be participating via video conferencing. As part of our hearing, microphones will be set on mute for the purposes of eliminating any any unnecessary as part of our hearing, microphones will be set on mute for the purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise, inadvertent background noise. Members and witnesses, you will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Documents for the record can be sent to Lino Pina Martinez and the email address that we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. And now, today, the Subcommittee on Energy convenes for its first hearing in the 117th Congress. Before I proceed to begin the opening statements, I'd like to take a moment to welcome to the subcommittee's new majority and new minority members. I want to take a moment just to welcome our new majority members, and they include Congresswoman Kim Schreier from Washington. Welcome, Kim. She's new to the Energy and Commerce Committee, and two veterans of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Congresswoman Norris Matsui of California. Norris, wave to us, Norris. All right, I guess she'll be joining with us. And Congresswoman Kathy Kastner. It's Kathy on the line. I don't see her on the line. They'll both be joining us a
Thank
little
you, Mr.
later.
Chairman.
Thank you. I'm pleased to have each of our new majority members on the subcommittee for this conference. And we also have returning with us our esteemed ranking member, Fred Upton of the great state of Michigan. And Fred, I am also pleased that you also have rejoined us as the leader of our minority colleagues. And would you at this time like to introduce the minority's new members?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Kathy. Fred Upton is not able to be with us today, so we have Dr. Burgess that's sitting in to serve as the ranking member on the subcommittee. And as far as our new members, I can do a little wing action here. Let's see here. Debbie Lesko from Arizona, new member to the subcommittee. Greg Pence from Indiana, new member to the subcommittee. And the rest of you may need to wave at me here.
I think we have Gary Palmer
Gary Palmer,
and
yes,
Debbie Lesko,
yes,
Greg Prince,
yes.
and Kelly Armstrong.
There we go, Kelly Armstrong. I did see him too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But all right. Well, I want to thank you, Chairman of the ranking member of the full committee. And I will now open with 5 minutes for an opening statement on my part. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a brief opening statement. In October 2018, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, released a special report on global warming. This report made several things apparent. Global emissions are on the rise. Changes are necessary before 2030. And to avoid the harshest consequences of this climate change, we must reduce global emissions down to net zero by 2050. Today, the subcommittee meets to discuss the reinvigoration of our nation's pathways to a clean energy future toward those very ends. In the year 2018, the energy sector was the second largest source of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. This is according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration in 2019. In the year 2019, approximately 46% of the U.S. energy-related CO2 emissions came from burning petroleum fuels, 33% came from natural gas, and 21% came from burning coal. In the same year, 63% of U.S. electricity generation came from fossil fuels. These past trends may seem daunting. However, reports show that a clean energy future is more than possible, and that our progress toward this goal is well underway. For a case in point, renewables will account for most of the new electricity generating capacity for commercial operations in the year 2021. In addition, the cost of clean energy sources like utility scale solar power has decreased by up to 82% since 2010 as a result of improved technologies and expanded market participation. This month, the National Academies released a report on the decarbonization of the U.S. energy system. The report emphasizes that achieving net zero carbon emissions in our nation by 2050 is not only feasible, but then would also bolster the economy, increase the availability of quality jobs, and help address systemic and long-standing social injustices. It also concludes that near-term emissions reduction may be achieved by doubling generation from non-carbon emitting sources, deploying renewables, scaling back coal and some gas, and preserving operating nuclear and hydroelectric plants. Members of the subcommittee, I humbly submit to you that getting the U.S. back in the lead on clean energy is essential for all of us. There are severe consequences to our inaction. Inaction is not an option. Recent manifestations of this include the disproportionate impact on the coronavirus on communities that show that the burden of energy generation and what is currently happening in the great state of Texas, where many of you reside, also where at least 4.3 million customers have endured frigid, I must say, Chicago-like temperatures without electricity. This is a climate crisis in the state of Texas. And I do intend to have hearings in the future around the fate of our energy sector to protect our American citizens in the state of Texas. Members, through our jurisdiction and through our membership, you and I have the tools, and we are the team to address these issues and other issues as well. We demonstrated this same acumen during the 116th Congress by releasing the Clean Future Act, which was a framework to get the U.S. on a path to net zero by 2050. This year, we are in pursuit of complementary policies that will increase our overall transmission capacity to support energy security, advance electric vehicle charging, drive diversity and inclusion, and increase clean energy uses via strategies like a clean electricity standard. It has been said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Today, my dear colleagues, I urge the reinvigoration of our march toward a clean center of gravity, and that is we must march forward to a clean, reliable, and secure energy future. And with that, I recognize my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Texas, who is the acting ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee. Mike, I recognize you for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Mike Burgess, Representative Burgess.
And I thank the chair. And let me just say, starting out, I also want to thank the Denton Independent School District that has provided me one of their offices that has both heat and internet. So I knew I needed a reliable source of internet to be a participant in this hearing. And Chairman Rush, good to be back with you. Of course, you and I served for 5 terms on the Energy Subcommittee going back to the 109th Congress. I took a brief hiatus, but with the retirement of Representatives Olson and Flores, important to have a Texan back on the subcommittee. And your hearing today does occur at a critical time in the nation's history. 5 million American households left without electricity across Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. And we had dangerous record-setting winter weather, which ravaged the entire central United States, blasting sub-freezing Arctic air all the way well south of the Mexican border. And many types of power production across all fuel types were challenged and went offline. People were left stranded. Power outages have lasted for days. Other utility services, particularly water, has also been impacted. Tragically, people have lost their lives. Americans are rightfully angry. Texans are rightfully angry and deserve answers. Given these recent events, it is important, and I welcome your observation to hold additional hearings, but part of today's hearing should focus on ways to increase the reliability and resilience of our electric grid. This is not a partisan issue. When the temperature drops below zero, no one cares which party the electricity comes from. They just want the heat to come on, the lights to go on when they flip the switch. As we know, Texas leads the nation in renewable power. It has transitioned faster than any other state. Congress needs to gather facts and understand the root causes of this energy crisis before speeding ahead with new renewable mandates that shift away from more reliable components of the existing energy fleet. In recent years, the energy sector has gone a rapid transformation and reduced our dependence on foreign energy, and that is so critically important. People forget that. It has helped rescue us from the 2008 economic recession and lowered our nation's emissions. This revolution was not produced alone by federal spending and mandates, but instead created by America's spirit of innovation and our nation's dynamic free market economy. The transformation has brought many benefits to our nation, including, but those benefits do not eclipse the importance of a stable supply of energy for all Americans. Investments are made in new energy production and energy infrastructure, but the reliability of those systems must always be the priority. Unfortunately, some of the early actions of this administration, canceling pipelines, prohibiting new energy production on federal lands, signal a desire to go in the opposite direction. And let me just remind my colleagues that America leads the world in reducing its carbon emissions. And some of us are still around who sat through the markup of the 2009 Waxman-Markey climate bill, but in fact, we have reduced emissions through market forces greater than what would have been reduced if Waxman-Markey's bill had been signed into law. So let's not forget the actions that have been produced by the free market, and they will reduce our nation. If we don't pay attention to that, we will reduce our nation's energy resiliency and hurt our energy workers without any significant impact to global emissions. Look, Chairman Rush, you are correct to say that America deserves a cleaner energy future, but pursuing a path toward that future while ignoring energy reliability may be the wrong approach. This subcommittee should work together to prioritize the reliability of our power sector. We can pursue methods of expediting clean American-made energy products, but we must remove barriers to slowing down innovation and creating jobs to provide affordable energy at home for Americans at home. Our energy sector stands ready to meet those challenges, but we can't let the heavy hand of government become an additional obstacle. Look, we got significant work ahead of this Congress. We can look to America's clean energy future, but we cannot afford to rapidly transition our energy system without assurance of its reliability. We cannot support policies that destroy entire industries or increase America's dependence on foreign sources of energy and critical minerals. I hope we can find a bipartisan consensus and keep those priorities in mind. And Mr. Rush, I would also ask unanimous consent. In my research for this hearing, I came across a Scientific American article that talked about the 2003 Northeast blackout 5 years later. And interesting in this look back article, they referenced the Energy Policy Act of 2005, which many of us will remember, that created some additional resiliency because of the challenges to the Northeast grid that happened during that summer. And of course, we all recall that many lives were lost to the extreme heat conditions, and can't forget that heat can be just as deadly as cold if Americans are unprepared. But again, Mr. Chairman, I will get this, have my staff get this to your staff, but I'd ask unanimous consent to include it as part of the record, and I'll yield back.
Gentlemen, you stand. Are there any objections? I hear no objection. So ordered. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the Energy Subcommittee begins its work for this Congress, renewing our efforts to chart a path to a clean energy future. Last Congress was particularly productive for the subcommittee, culminating in enactment of the Energy Act of 2020, and I commend Chairman Rush, along with many others from both sides of the aisle, for the work on this new law that was included in the omnibus. Last year, Chairman Rush, Tonko, and I released a draft of the Clean Future Act, comprehensive climate legislation to get us to 100% clean economy by 2050. In the coming weeks, we plan to introduce an updated version of the Clean Future Act that will serve as the basis for comprehensive climate action this year. The Clean Future Act touches on the whole energy economy, from the power sector to buildings to transportation, all aspects we will explore at today's hearing. The bill includes a federal clean electricity standard, or CES, a policy that has long existed in many states. A national CES can play a key role in building a clean power sector, which is critical to reducing carbon emissions in other economic sectors. And the Clean Future Act also sets forth policies to drastically reduce energy consumption in the building, transportation, and industrial sectors, among others. Now, President Biden has made the climate crisis the centerpiece of his administration and has already taken bold actions to address climate change. I stand ready to work with him to enact comprehensive climate legislation, and I hope my Republican colleagues will join us in that effort. Now, as we discuss the climate crisis, it's important to also recognize the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last Congress, the subcommittee held a hearing on the impacts of the pandemic on the energy sector, including job loss, delayed projects, and the effect of pandemic restrictions on energy demand. Pandemic-related job losses have also resulted in millions of households being unable to pay their utility bills. And that's why the reconciliation instructions our committee marked up last week included additional funding for the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP. And LIHEAP helps the growing number of qualifying families pay their utility bills and is especially crucial during a pandemic. And last, it's critical that we discuss the devastating toll this week's severe winter weather is taking on our nation. Millions are facing power outages in dangerously cold conditions, and these outages are further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, earlier this week, the energy market in Texas, known as ERCOT, was forced to take 34,000 megawatts of electricity generation off its system. And since Sunday evening, over 25,000 megawatts of mostly fossil-fueled energy were offline. Of this number, most of those outages are at gas-fired power plants. Those are the facts as stated by Texas's own grid regulator, yet some Republicans and media outlets are suggesting alternative realities. They're turning a crisis into an anti-renewables campaign, and they are conveniently leaving out the fact that the majority of the failures have come from fossil fuel. So we can't allow the Texas crisis to be used as an excuse to discourage movement towards renewables. That will not help Texas or the United States. What failed here was an energy sector that didn't consider fully our changing climate and the extreme weather that comes with it. It was a failure to fully recognize that the 100-year-old storm of yesterday may now be the 10-year storm of today. As both the Department of Energy and fossil generation companies reported yesterday, gas pipelines, wells, and plants all froze because they weren't equipped to handle the cold weather. And I agree, I heard what Dr. Burgess said, and I agree that we need to do more in terms of resiliency. And certainly the bill that we're hoping, an infrastructure bill that we're hoping will be doing similar or maybe even more expansive than the Moving Forward Act that we passed last year in the Congress and through this committee, will be an opportunity for us to address some of these resiliency issues as well. And those things are also included in our Clean Future Act. But I do think that the severely limited interconnection between ERCOT and the rest of the country probably didn't help matters either. I think it's sad that we saw these problems arise 10 years ago with another major storm that hit Texas and the Southwest, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission at the time issued a report, but nothing really changed. The fact that Texas is almost like an island separated from the rest of the nation's energy grids, I don't think helps, because it's more difficult for us to get power to them in the time of crisis. So hopefully we won't ignore this last FERC report, and we'll follow up on it. And I also want to stress that this committee will investigate the Texas crisis further, and we'll see what other actions we have to take based on that old report, as well as what we find out now. So ultimately, This episode underscores the importance of prioritizing clean and resilient energy infrastructure, which is exactly what we aim to do with this committee. So thank you again. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McMorris Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Dr. Burgess for the extra effort to sit in the lead Republican chair today. He's certainly at the right place at the right time for this hearing. Texas has the lowest energy cost in the country, along with the fastest transition to clean energy. With that, let's recognize that there's many good ideas for developing cleaner energy systems to ensure that we win the future. The key is to recognize how we unleash American innovation and free enterprise, using all our resources to protect our economic and energy security. We should build, not destroy. We should use our abundant natural resources like hydro and natural gas, not shutter them. We should enable people to deploy, take risks, improve, and create the next great advances so America leads a new era of entrepreneurship and innovation. We can pursue practical policies to innovate a cleaner energy future if we work together. We should be clear-eyed about what is at stake if we get this wrong. The radical environmental left is pushing top-down, one-size-fits-all mandates and cost on Americans, which will threaten our nation's energy dominance and our national security. This is clear in the repeated attacks on our oil and natural gas industry and its people, which has provided tremendous opportunity and given the advances, has actually driven the advances in cleaner energy generation that are benefiting all around the globe. Yet the left is rejecting fossil energy while also talking about transforming America's electricity system in 14 years and the entire energy economy in 30 years. How is that possible? What does this transformation really mean for our economy? What does it mean for families and workers? We should look beyond the rhetoric to understand what this is really about, and we should understand the consequences on energy reliability, household cost, and security. The importance of reliability has been on full, heart-wrenching display this week in Texas, the South, and the Midwest. At times, available electricity could not meet the record high demand for power from the extreme cold. Wind turbines across the state froze. Natural gas production was shut in. This ultimately deprived the grid of critical energy and power, just as the demand spiked. There wasn't enough natural gas supply or baseload generation to close the gap, especially because of other weather issues and emergency priorities to heat homes and hospitals. On Monday, to prevent more widespread power failure, the Texas grid operator, ERCOT, directed utilities to implement outages that eventually affected an estimated 5 million households. The emergency exposed systematic weaknesses relating in part to over-reliance on intermittent renewables. It's a powerful reminder that electricity reliability is a life and death matter. The supply of energy also is a serious pocketbook matter, especially for low-income households. Low and middle-income families must be top of mind if this discussion turns to new clean energy mandates and taxes, especially during the pandemic recovery. Families cannot afford an increase in their electricity and gasoline bills. According to the Department of Energy, states with the highest low-income energy burdens, 10% or higher, are in the Southeast. For mostly heating and cooling, low-income households use about 36% more power than the national average for low-income households in other regions of our country. Fortunately, states like my home state of Washington also enjoy some of the lowest electricity rates in the nation thanks to our hydropower. But imagine how families will be squeezed if top-down energy policies increase the price of electricity. What happens when people in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, or South Carolina have to pay the same rates as people in California or Connecticut? And then there is economic and national security. The rush to green seeks to ban fossil energy and its quality jobs for millions of people. It will massively increase reliance on renewables and electrification of transportation. This domestic policy has global implications. First, it won't do much to reduce global emissions, but global emissions will keep going up as developed nations seek access to affordable energy. It will also hurt America's security and competitive edge. Absent major changes in our domestic mining and manufacturing base, increasing reliance on wind, solar, and electric batteries trades energy security for energy insecurity. It pushes carbon emissions offshore and increases reliance on Chinese supply chains. It does nothing meaningful for global climate change. We can do better, and I hope that we all begin to pay attention to what is really at stake for reliability, jobs, affordability, and our nation's economic security. I yield back.
Generally, use back. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements should be made part of the hearing, of the record. Now, I would like to welcome our esteemed witnesses for today's hearing. The first witness is Dr. Stephen McCullough, who is the President of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology at Princeton University. Our next witness is Ms. Paula Glover, a friend who's the President of the Alliance to Save Energy. The next witness is Mr. Craig Gordon, the Senior Vice President of Global Affairs at Invenergy. The next is Mr. Richard Powell, the Executive Director at Clear Path Incorporated. And finally, last but not least, Mr. David Kemp III, who is the Chairman of the Beaver County Commissioners. I want to thank each and every one of our witnesses for being with us today. I must say that our witness, that we have one of our witnesses have a 245 hard stop. So we want to be mindful of this hard stop for our witness as we go forward. And to all of our witnesses this morning, we look forward to your testimony. And now I'll begin with Dr. McCullough. Dr. McCullough, you're recognized for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this invitation to provide testimony. I'm here as chairman of a National Academies Committee that released a report on February 2nd that Chairman Rush just mentioned, containing policies that would, over the next 10 years, put the U.S. on a 30-year path to net zero greenhouse gas emissions. The committee was asked to determine how to achieve net zero, but importantly, not whether or not the nation should do so. The committee was instructed to provide both a technological blueprint for the transition to net zero and a portfolio of socioeconomic policies to ensure that the transition is fair and just. The first of two reports covers CO2 emissions from electric power, transportation, industry, buildings, and fuels, but not agricultural and forestry carbon sinks, nor non-CO2 greenhouse gases that will be covered in the second. It covers only federal actions over the first 10 years of the 30-year transition. Lessons learned in a comprehensive review of existing information include first, that the transition is affordable. The nation would spend a similar or lower fraction of GDP on energy during the transition than it has over the past 30 years because of the dramatic drop in the cost of wind, solar, and lithium-ion batteries. The transition would save lives. Medical savings during the 2020s would be larger than the costs. The transition would create more than 1 million new net jobs, but fossil jobs would decline. The energy system today contains substantial injustice. Poor and historically marginalized groups suffer disproportionate harm from fossil pollution while receiving disproportionately low benefits from fossil energy. Past transitions have left legacy workers and infrastructure behind. If we do that again, and if we do not work to eliminate existing environmental injustice, then prohibitive public opposition is likely to develop. The report identifies technological goals with quantitative targets, including a doubling of the share of net zero electricity, increased electrification of transport and home heating, and new infrastructure such as electrical transmission lines and CO2 pipelines. It also identifies socioeconomic goals, including revitalizing the manufacturing sector, cost effectiveness, increasing high-quality jobs, promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion, and fair treatment of communities, businesses, and workers during the transition. The policy recommendations are summarized in a single table, which is in the testimony. The table offers the quickest way to assimilate and understand what the report recommends. Recommendations include an economy-wide price on emissions starting at $40 per ton, a green bank, and standards to ensure an on-schedule transition, including zero emissions electric power and vehicle standards. The report calls for regulatory reforms in the electricity sector, without which net zero power goals are unlikely to be realized. It recommends a tripling of federal net zero RD&D. It is the first report containing a comprehensive policy portfolio designed from scratch to address the social dimensions of the energy transition. This includes a national transition task force to identify workers and communities at risk, regional centers where state and local leaders can learn about what is coming and how to manage it, community block grants for local planning, and an independent national transition corporation that would provide funding to address social impacts of the transition, and a comprehensive education and training program. Some might be tempted to view policies targeting deployment of net zero technology as the highest priorities because the social consequences would lag behind deployment. However, this view has it backwards because the technological transition and the social disruption that goes with it are already occurring and will inevitably continue. The ongoing decline in coal sector employment is already hollowing out communities across the nation. The recent announcement by General Motors that it will produce only electric cars by 2035 is a harbinger of similar inevitable declines in oil and gas employment. In conclusion, a transition to a net zero economy in the United States by mid-century is technologically feasible, with energy system costs that have been manageable in the recent past. With appropriate policy, the transition could advance a number of national objectives simultaneously: a more fair and just energy system, improved international competitiveness, revitalized American manufacturing, and enhanced energy innovation. The transition would also provide new high-quality jobs, but at the cost of lost fossil jobs, eliminate the substantial health impacts of fossil fuels, reduce U.S. greenhouse gas emissions to zero, and enhance the nation's leadership in climate and energy. Thank you.
The gentleman completed opening statement. The chair now recognizes Ms. Paula Glover, the president of the Alliance to Save Energy. Paula, it's so good to see you again. And you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Rush, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, and Dr. Burgess for holding this hearing. A clean energy future that works for everyone is going to require careful planning, and we all appreciate your leadership. Certainly I do. I want to recognize the members of this committee who also serve on the Alliance's honorary board: Chairman Rush, Representatives Tonko, Welch, Dr. Burgess, Representative McKinley, and Kinzinger. I started with the Alliance just about a month ago, and I'm really looking forward to working with all of you. I also want to just send my thoughts out to those folks in Texas, my friends, my colleagues, and all of those individuals and members of my family who are really going through a very tough time, and just want them to know that we are all thinking and praying about them. I'm going to start by saying, there's been a lot of back and forth recently about the risks and opportunities of the clean energy transition. And I actually believe that it boils down to one essential question: How do we handle and tackle the climate crisis in a way that uplifts every community? How do we avoid leaving future generations the costs and life-threatening dangers of climate change, while at the same time making sure we're not increasing energy costs or leaving communities behind? We can't make this transition fair unless we're thinking of the communities that could be harmed in the process, as well as the communities that have already been harmed, communities where history tells us we need to be so much better at providing clean air, economic opportunity, and more affordable energy. And if I leave you with one thought with my testimony today, I hope it's that energy efficiency is the most powerful answer we have for addressing this challenge. And I would argue that energy efficiency should be the starting point in the conversation about an equitable clean energy transition. We can start with jobs. Energy efficiency is often overlooked as one of the largest employers in the entire energy economy, even after losing more than 300,000 jobs since this pandemic began. Efficiency employs more than 2 million Americans. That's about 7 times the amount of wind and solar industries combined, and more than 10 times the size of the coal workforce. Energy efficiency jobs are spread all over the country. They're construction workers and HVAC contractors who retrofit homes and buildings. They're factory workers making windows and insulation. They're electricians and plumbers, and increasingly tech workers designing or installing digital controls and systems to manage energy demand. These are the type of jobs that'll be created if we launch a national campaign to modernize our infrastructure by retrofitting millions of homes and buildings, creating a more efficient transportation system, and cleaning up our industrial sector. It's an incredible opportunity to create durable, skilled trade jobs that pay good wages and that are available in 99% of US counties. And if we do it right, we can ensure that those opportunities are available first for the communities that need them the most, whether it's a rural town in West Virginia or an urban neighborhood in Illinois. And at the same time, we have to carefully consider energy affordability. I started my career more than 30 years ago taking payments in a gas utility, and I know firsthand about the energy burden that many families deal with. In fact, 1 in 5 US households today find themselves making a choice at least once a year between paying their energy bill, food, or buying food and medicine. And I can't begin to imagine what that must be like. I'm not here to tell you that energy efficiency is going to make that burden disappear. But what it can do is deliver hundreds of dollars in lower bills and savings that can make the difference for some families. And that cost savings is not just for consumers. Energy efficiency improvements can cut costs and increase profits for small businesses and manufacturing plants, making them more productive and competitive. Finally, we have a pressing need to address climate change. When it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, energy efficiency is simply the fastest, cheapest, and most effective solution we have. The International Energy Agency projects that energy efficiency using existing technologies will account for nearly half of the emission reductions needed to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. So what do we need to do to achieve these goals? I'm going to highlight several policy solutions under this committee's jurisdiction, and we urge you at the Alliance to consider them as you develop infrastructure and clean energy legislation this year. First, we've been working with Representative Welch and others, thank you, Congressman, to develop a new program for helping small businesses improve their efficiency with an emphasis on boosting minority-owned businesses and businesses in disadvantaged communities. This plan for Main Street efficiency would target federal grants to match existing utility programs to provide low and no-cost efficiency upgrades to small businesses immediately and permanently, lowering their operating expenses. Since 80% of energy efficiency contractors are small businesses themselves, this is a small business helping small businesses. We also strongly support a proposal championed by Representative Blunt Rochester, thank you, Congresswoman, to retrofit mission-critical public buildings around the country, our schools, hospitals, airports, and other facilities, not just to be more efficient, but also to be safer and more resilient in the face of natural disasters and other emergencies. This proposal would leverage federal funding to draw billions in private capital through performance contracting and other financing, and importantly, ensure that at least 40% of the projects are in low-income or disadvantaged communities. We also strongly support expanding core efficiency programs at the U.S. Department of Energy, particularly the Weatherization Assistance Program. I would emphasize that all these proposals, because they're so tailored to creating jobs, go hand in hand with improved worker training programs. We support Chairman Rush's longstanding workforce legislation, the Blue Collar and Green Collar Jobs Act, because that ensures that everyone seeking a skilled position can get one. In addition, while not under your jurisdiction, we also are looking at tax incentives that will help us grow efficiency improvements in our homes and buildings. I believe efficiency is a foundational solution to the challenges that you're trying to address. And we at the Alliance are looking forward, and we are eager to working with you to find the best solutions for all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Glover. The chair now recognizes Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Subcommittee Chairman Rush, Mr. Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Rogers, and Acting Member Burgess for inviting me to participate in today's hearing. My name is Craig Gordon, and I'm Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at Invenergy. Invenergy is a privately held clean energy company that develops, owns, and operates large-scale renewables, gas-fired generation, as well as energy storage and electric transmission. Starting with just 6 employees in 2001, Invenergy will employ more than 1,500 employees by the end of the year. Invenergy has developed 175 utility-scale clean energy projects with a capacity of over 27,000 megawatts and has completed more than $40 billion in project financings. We focus on renewables because, as our CEO Michael Polsky loves to say, it just makes sense. Before I begin my testimony, I'd like to briefly address the recent reliability issues in Texas and neighboring states. These events underscore the importance of your work to ensure a reliable and affordable grid, as the realities of climate change are hitting us in unexpected ways. On behalf of Invenergy, I want to say that we are deeply troubled and saddened by the events that have unfolded. The system failed in Texas for 2 reasons. First, because the market and the resources themselves were not designed to sustain such extreme cold weather. Wind, gas, coal, and nuclear operations were all disrupted. No single resource type bears all the blame. Second, since Texas is electrically isolated from the rest of the grid, available generation elsewhere could not be imported to address the shortfall. Even now, as the crisis in Texas and elsewhere continues, the real investigations into what went wrong hadn't even begun. But the recommendations I made in the file testimony already point to the path forward. They were true before the disaster hit, and they are painfully true today. First, transmission. There is simply no way to achieve the ambitions of this administration and the American people without more of it. Higher penetrations of renewables throughout the country require a massive investment in transmission infrastructure. Transmission connecting diverse regions of the country and different types of technologies with complementary generation profiles is key to solving this challenge. Second, long-term energy policy. Without a national policy to direct the country toward a decarbonized grid, we will only make incremental progress. And without a long-term approach, the industry will not be able to plan for projects and infrastructure across the multi-year development and supply chain timelines that are required for these huge investments. A patchwork of state policies has filled the void of a federal policy so far, but real progress has been limited because every state does it differently. An overarching goal would align all states and help address thorny issues. Additionally, there are several other policies that aren't squarely under the jurisdiction of this committee that are critical to meeting these goals. First, Congress should consider policies that allow for monetization of energy tax credits at 100% of their value to address the tightening tax equity market. Second, Congress should consider federal incentives like an investment tax credit for transmission to unlock renewables and improve reliability of the grid. Third, Congress should increase resources and develop advanced technologies to ensure the long-term compatibility of renewable energy and our national security. The transition to a decarbonized grid will create significant socioeconomic benefits. For example, we create good-paying jobs in rural and historically disadvantaged communities. Invenergy invests in training and STEM programs to produce the next generation of workers in communities we serve. Approximately 10% of Invenergy's employees are veterans, and we continue to recruit from that great talent pool. In addition to job benefits, the affordable emissions-free power that our industry generates can help alleviate environmental burdens, especially in low-income areas or those most susceptible to harmful environmental impacts. Indeed, a thoughtful expansion of clean energy can contribute to a just transition in an equitable clean energy economy. The urgency with which we must all tackle this challenge has never been greater. Fortunately, we have the tools to do so. The path to achieving our goals is not mysterious. Transmission is as core to the economy of the future as the highway system is to interstate commerce today. What we have before us is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to tackle the most existential threat modern mankind has ever faced, and we must, because it just makes sense. Thank you again for the opportunity to address this subcommittee.
I want to thank you. Next witness is Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Rush and Pallone, Dr. Burgess, and Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers, and members of the committee. I lead ClearPath. We advance policies that accelerate clean energy and industrial innovation. An important note, we receive no industry funding. As I stated the last time I had the honor to address this committee, climate change is an urgent challenge that merits significant policy action at every level of government and the private sector. We need look no further than Texas and across the Midwest to see the havoc extreme weather can have on the energy system. As America creates the grids of the future, we must utilize all forms of clean energy to ensure reliability. As this committee considers its part in U.S. climate and clean energy policies, those solutions should be ambitious, but also technology inclusive, politically realistic, and pragmatic. Policies must also support U.S. jobs. Too often, solutions are oversimplified to a set of false choices: renewable versus fossil, economy versus environment, immediate action versus inaction. The reality is solutions to make the global clean energy transition cheaper, faster, and more flexible. Policy proposals must also reflect the global nature of the challenge. A molecule of CO2 emitted in Shanghai has the same impact as one released in Chicago. Policies like fuel switching, shutting down traditional energy production, or simply subsidizing certain technologies will do little to impact global emissions and may lead to loss of American jobs. A more effective strategy is rooted in American clean energy abundance, innovation, and exports. Today, I'll first level set on where we are today. Second, discuss policy to achieve a clean power future affordably and reliably. And third, look at options to reduce U.S. industrial emissions. So where are we today? Emissions are significantly down. Retail electricity prices have been flat, helping manufacturing jobs come back to America. Returning these jobs is also leading to lower global emissions because our environmental standards are tougher than China's. America's largest electric utilities, including Southern Company, Xcel Energy, Duke Energy, and DTE, have committed to reaching net zero emissions by 2050. 68% of the country is now served by a utility with a significant carbon goal. But these utilities have emphasized that many of the 24/7 clean technologies required to get them to net zero are not commercially available today. Xcel Energy said even with their first-rate access to wind and sun, existing technology is sufficient to reach only 80% clean. We need policies to enable technologies that can eliminate the final 20 to 50% of power sector emissions. According to the International Energy Agency, only 2 of 14 critical power technologies are on track to deploy. We recommend that policymakers now work with industry, not against them. The Energy Act of 2020 is a perfect example. The most significant energy legislation in over a decade, your new law lays the foundation for a comprehensive commercialization strategy that focuses the world-class American innovation engine on these key technologies. It includes more than 20 major new demonstration programs for long-duration storage, carbon capture, advanced nuclear, geothermal, and direct air capture. It also expands DOE's work in industrial emissions and hydrogen. We congratulate you on the Energy Act, and now we must look to implementation. Ensuring accountability at DOE and appropriately investing so your legislative success goes from letters in law to clean steel in the ground. Now, getting it built. We've all heard the Biden administration's mission to build back better, but right now we can only build new clean energy and reduce CO2 emissions as fast as we can permit new projects. The mission ought to be to build cleaner faster. Currently, the federal permitting process can take 5 to 10 years to complete and cost millions of dollars. The good news, your colleagues have introduced a number of proposals to modernize. Lastly, financing. Large-scale energy innovation needs to bring together private and public investment to scale up deployment and bring down costs. At the end of 2020 and early this year, you hit a policy trifecta for carbon capture: new aggressive R&D authorizations, a carbon capture tax credit, 45Q extension, and final administrative rules on how developers can properly claim the credit. While 45Q is a major victory, we also need a better structure for helping incentivize big investments and driving down costs. The Energy Sector Innovation Credit would update the energy portion of the tax code by allowing cutting-edge technologies to gain commercial viability. Now, our mantra in power sector work has been that the US will not meaningfully reduce emissions without more clean and affordable technologies. This is even truer in the industrial sectors. More than 10 million hardworking Americans are employed there, and ensuring those jobs stay in America must remain a priority. Energy-intensive, trade-exposed industries like steelmaking absolutely require affordable new technologies to help them decarbonize. Without them, we risk not only losing essential US jobs, but leaking the industrial activity to countries with worse emissions like China, effectively increasing the risks of climate change. A serious debate on climate solutions must include a dose of political and technical realism. Climate change is an urgent problem that must be addressed today. It's imperative for all sides to agree that building cleaner energy in America will rebound our economy from COVID-19, create jobs, and have a significant global impact. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to the discussion.
Bobby, you may need to unmute. Mr. Chairman,
You hear me, Mr. Kemp? You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Majority Chairman Rush, Dr. Burgess, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. I want to thank you for having me be part of today's important hearing. As Chairman Rush said, my name is Daniel Camp. I currently serve as the Chairman of the Beaver County Board of Commissioners. Beaver County and most of Pittsburgh region's affinity and strong endorsement for the energy sector isn't tied to a common political ideology, because the support crosses political boundaries. The energy sector support can be limited to one particular generation, because many boomers, millennials, and those in between living in Western Pennsylvania are supportive of our energy sector in Western PA. In my opinion, our support of the energy sector can be in large part due to the family-sustaining jobs they have been providing for many years. Therefore, policy attacks through increased taxes, regulation, and diverse rhetoric against certain types of producers within the energy sector are justifiably seen as personal attacks by those working within those specific sectors as well, as the businesses benefiting those workers and their families. Ultimately, if these attacks are achieved through new public policy, they are risking these workers having the ability to pay their mortgage and pay their own utility bills. Please just think about that when you are considering this. The desire for some policymakers to kill a particular industry and to invoke punitive policies against that industry alone will impact folks in my area in a way that jeopardizes their ability to put roof over their families' heads, and continue to keep food on their tables. The reality of this is that hundreds of thousands of people, many working in our trade unions in Western PA, rely on the natural gas industry's ability to produce natural gas in the Marcellus and Utica shales. And thousands of mom and dads rely on Consul Bailey's mine to provide for their children each and every month. Combine those jobs with downstream jobs whose survival directly depends on those energy sources being readily and available and affordable. Yes, in Beaver County, that includes Shell's petrochemical multi-billion ethane cracker plant. But let's be reminded, Shell is the fourth largest company in the world. I'm not going to sit here today and argue that they can't afford to pay higher prices for their feedstock. But I know small manufacturing companies that can't afford those same price increases, nor have the CapEx dollars to retrofit their plants to an alternative energy source. The manufacturing sector has seen a resurgence recently because the affordability and readily available energy resources that we have here. As you know, regulations that increase the cost of energy production, even on large companies like Shell, EQT, Chevron, will certainly be passed down the supply chain and ultimately be paid by their vendors and even their customers. That means truck drivers, food workers, local union workers, power plants, and even homeowners will incur those higher costs too. Many of these small regional companies that can't afford those increases, the situation in Western Pennsylvania and our support for all energy sources can be summarized by looking at the employment statistics. Now, I'm aware that some people and groups will distort statistics to fit their agenda, but that's not my reason for being here today. I am merely here to give my personal observation about reasons behind why so many people that I represent support this energy sector in Pennsylvania. That is, the natural gas industry supports almost 24,000 production-related jobs. Pennsylvania jobs that are specifically attributed to the natural gas industries total 106,000 people. And an outstanding 323,000 jobs are supported solely by that industry. The petroleum and oil industry, almost 24,000 jobs associated with production alone. Combined natural gas and oil, $23 billion in wages for Pennsylvanians. The coal industry directly supports more than 10,000 jobs, nuclear, 5,000 plus indirect jobs, wind and solar combined for 8,000, and hydro, 400. There may be others who testify that certain types of energy have done wonderful things for their local economies and communities. But the reality today is that some have not had the same impact as the energy sector. And therefore, the support for those others are very proportional. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions. Again, thank you.
I want to thank the witness, and we have now completed all the opening statements for the witnesses, and we will now move to member questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of our witnesses, and I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. A component of the National Academy's report on decarbonization involves the elimination of inequities in the current energy system that already severely disadvantage the disenfranchised. In the coming days, I intend to introduce a bill to establish a Department of Energy office to advance principles of energy equity and all the conditions and resources to that very end. Dr. McCullough, I would like to ask you, what else must we do to eliminate the inequities of the current energy system while creating at the same time a clean energy future. Dr. McConnell, will you unmute, Dr. McConnell? You're muted. Can you hear me? Dr. McConnell? D- Dr. McConnell?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now, Dr. McConnell.
Okay, sorry, the system was, we have a big storm going here.
Oh,
And I think the wires are blowing around. It would not unmute.
all right.
Our report, the committee included experts in environmental justice and experts on the social consequences of technological transitions and what to do about it. For a climate and energy person like me, it was a real education to learn how much inequity is built into our current energy system, with disproportionate health exposure to fossil pollutants in communities of color and low-income workers across the country, how much energy prices contribute to poverty, how unavailable the kinds of opportunities that we afford people, like tax credits for electric cars, are to low-income communities who lack capital, and how difficult it is for low-income communities often to take advantage of federal programs that do exist, because, for instance, their homes can be non-compliant with codes. So we recommended sort of an integrated portfolio to address the ongoing energy injustice, and forward-looking to have the transition itself also be fair and just, because workers are, some communities and workers would be otherwise damaged. This starts with a task force, a national task force, to map where the energy injustice is in the country. There are good sector-specific studies, but nothing comprehensive. So we need first a top-down look at this. And then we have an integrated program of a White House office to coordinate 10 regional centers where representatives and mayors and others can get together to learn what can be done, and to plan a national transition corporation that works with a green bank to provide capital, community block grants so that they can plan and then apply for projects, a DOE extension service to provide technical know-how, a comprehensive education and training program, additional funding in LIHEAP and the Weatherization Assistance Program. And so in combination, this package is designed to provide workers with multiple options during the transition, and to protect communities that would lose a dominant employer, and to eliminate the injustice that we've built into the energy system to date.
Okay. Thank you. I have my time is almost out according to the clock. Although I think that let me just yield back the balance of my time. And now the chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Colon, for 5 minutes. For questioning the witnesses. Frank, you got to unmute, Frank.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Burgess.
Mr. Burgess.
Sometimes we go to the acting ranking member
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
My error, please forgive me.
No,
Now that you now recognize and member from Texas, the acting ranking member of the subcommittee, my friend Dr. Bridges, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. And Ms. Glover, welcome to you. I've been on your board for some time and have always believed that energy efficiency is the common ground that we probably can find between all of the disparate political philosophies that weigh in on these energy questions. And I'll just tell you my own experience with energy efficiency has really taught me just exactly what you are saying, that you can achieve 40% or greater reductions in your energy consumption. So if we look at it just from the standpoint of the consumer, by making wise choices with energy efficiency, whether it be in retrofitting a home, a new build, or even just a selection of particular appliances or products, your group does bring a wealth of expertise and knowledge and a significant voice to the discussion. So I thank you for being here today. I do an energy efficiency summit every non-COVID year in my district, and I find it to be very well attended, and people are actually hungry for the type of information that you provide.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess.
And Mr. Rush, I think too, in the future, we would do well to include Ms. Glover in future discussions, because energy efficiency sometimes just kind of gets pushed to the side, but it is one of the most readily available to the end energy consumer, a way that they have of impacting their energy purchases. Mr. Powell, thank you for being on our group today. Thanks for your testimony. Can you just, you did a very great job in your written testimony providing information about grid reliability. So the changing of the energy sector, I would infer from that you believe has weakened our energy reliability.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, our committee didn't investigate whether or not there has been any short-term decrease in grid reliability. What we did do was to focus on how to decarbonize the grid and maintain its high reliability. And this is, of course, technologically feasible. The key, of course, is to have not just is to have firm sources of power that can be relied upon at any time. As we've seen in Texas, when the firm sources of power fail, you're in trouble. And also, it's important to transmission, because you can interconnect areas from areas where demand is lower than average to areas where demand is higher than average. So I want to be very clear that it is possible to build a net zero electricity grid that is as reliable as the grid we have today, or as the grid that we had 10 years ago.
So let me, if I may, I got notice over the weekend, I believe it was on Saturday, that ERCOT was buying power from Mexico and Southwest Power Pool. I presume that was a price phenomenon rather than a weather phenomenon, but obviously those sources were closed off as soon as it got cold in those neighborhoods as well. But ERCOT is not an entirely closed system. There are inputs and there are egresses into other parts of the grid. Mr. Gordon, I wonder if I might ask you, you operate wind turbines in Texas, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you also operate natural gas facilities in Texas, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you speak to the overall impact on the reliability of both of those as energy sources?
Yeah, so I think to answer your question, Congressman Burgess, we saw an unprecedented weather event hit Texas over the last week, which included significant icing on wind turbines. Our wind turbines are designed for cold weather operation, so our turbine operations weren't impacted by the temperature so much as they were by significant icing. So we had icing, for several days, and our technicians have worked around the clock to try to, get the icing out so they can resume operations. On our natural gas facility, we have a peaking plant in Ector County, and we were unable to procure gas for the plant over the sustained time of this event. So our inability to get gas prevented us from operating. I think what our experience is consistent with what other gas generators experienced. Well, because our facility did not have dual fuel, we weren't able to operate. Had ERCOT's system been designed to pay for capacity as other systems do, our facility could have had dual fuel capabilities, but there's just no compensating mechanism in ERCOT right now to do that.
Right. There's actually been a move away from dual fuel capabilities for some number of years. And although, and I'm going to yield back, and I appreciate that it is an unprecedented, but this happened in 2011. Same situation occurred, just didn't last as long. So, and I remember Governor Perry's response to that was to recommend the construction of several new coal power plants to sort of bolster the energy grid in Texas. He was rebuffed in that by mayors of Dallas and Houston, who did not want to see new coal generation built in Texas. Some redundancy clearly is necessary. But thank you, Mr. Rush. I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back, and now that we return to regular order, I will now yield 5 minutes to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Malone, for 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Malone, you're recognized.
Let me unmute myself. Thank you, Chairman Rush. I am trying very hard today and in the future to have us move towards a collective, bipartisan response to the climate crisis. I mentioned our Clean Future Act, which has been introduced, but I also want the Republican members to understand that if at all possible, we would like to see a bipartisan response to the climate crisis. And I am concerned today, starting with the governor of Texas, that that somehow renewables are being blamed for this, what happened in Texas, or the suggestion is being made that we should move towards, and not necessarily by members of this committee, but the suggestion is being made that this should be some reason for us to stop moving towards a clean energy future or not encouraging renewables. And I really wish that we could avoid that, because I do think that renewables have to be a major part of this. It's not to say that we're going to rule out fossil fuels or gas or hydroelectric, which is actually renewable. Hydro is a renewable. So I don't know. I just, I don't want this devastating situation in Texas to be blamed on renewables, because I just think that's false. The blame lies in the failure to properly consider how climate change and extreme weather events impact the grid. And the answer, as Dr. Burgess said, is to move towards more resiliency with the grid and also resiliency for power lines and gas lines and everything else, as well as looking towards the issue of whether or not there should be more interplay between the Texas grid and the grids in the other part of the country. So let me just ask Mr. Gordon, based on recent statements from ERCOT, it appears that although 12,000 megawatts of wind and solar did go offline, the region was only expecting to rely upon 2,800 megawatts of wind this winter to meet energy demand. Meanwhile, ERCOT lost well over 25,000 megawatts of thermal generation, much of it natural gas, that it was relying on to meet the winter energy demand. So again, I'm not trying to get into this, but I think that the suggestion is being made that renewables are the cause of this power crisis. But it's not, I want you to comment then on it. I mean, is it fair to say that the failure to ensure a reliable natural gas supply was a major cause of the outages that we're now facing, as compared to any failure of renewables, if you will?
Thank you, Chairman. I guess to answer your question, again, we don't want to cast aspersions on any particular type of technology either. Having said that, wind, as everyone knows, is naturally variable, and it goes up and it goes down hour by hour, day by day. And as ERCOT has noted, wind as a portfolio in the system actually outperformed day ahead expectations. So when all things were considered, wind did better than ERCOT's own system operators expected it to. And as for what happened to the natural gas supply system, I really don't have insight into what happened there, other than I suppose it was too cold for gas to flow.
But I mean, right now, I mean, ERCOT was much more dependent on the natural gas generation to meet the winter energy demand. I mean, there's no question of that. I mean, that's just a fact, correct?
That's true. I mean, ERCOT has coal and nuclear and natural gas and wind, and all work in concert with each other. They're economically dispatched, and we don't run more gas than we need to when the wind is up, and we expect, and ERCOT knows, that gas will be available when the wind is down. It's, you know, how the system has operated pretty much flawlessly for a decade.
Right. But, you know, my concern is, I don't know if you want to answer this, but maybe I'll just say it, that, look, the bottom line is that Texas was not prepared for this. You know, gas pipelines in Texas are not, you know, insulated the way they are in the Northeast. The bottom line is that Texas and all of us had to prepare for these extreme weather events, and more must be done across the board, whether it's, you know, whether it's coal powered, gas, wind, whatever it is. I just don't think it's fair to suggest that somehow wind was the real problem here, or that renewables were a real problem here. I mean, they don't even rely on those that much in the winter. But if you don't want to comment on that, you don't have to. If you want to, go ahead. You got 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think wind is often the whipping boy of the energy industry, so we're kind of used to it, but it is unfair and it's untrue. If we had more infrastructure, transmission infrastructure, this could have been avoided.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member, McMorris Rodgers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start just by saying to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, that I appreciate you saying that you'd like to work with us, Republicans and Democrats, to move to the clean energy future. We would welcome that. We would love to work together on innovation and removing regulatory barriers to more clean energy. Our concern is really when American energy resources, whether it's pipelines like Keystone, are canceled with the stroke of a pen, or other executive orders are removing American energy resources and fuel sources, and really impacting America's leadership and our future, that is important to our economy as well as our national security. But I want you to know we stand ready to work together, and I think these are important discussions that we are having. I appreciated, Mr. Powell, I liked your theme about build cleaner faster. So I'd like to explore that a little bit more with you, because we had testimony in the Environment Subcommittee last week that highlighted a serious problem. 90% of solar panels are imported. 80% of the key components for wind turbines are imported. Asian companies dominate global battery production and account for 80% of all planned factories. China also dominates critical minerals. It supplies 90% of the rare earth minerals. And China right now is announcing that they will allow the banning of exports of strategic minerals to companies and nations that are considered a national security threat. That's a problem. So today we continue to hear this drumbeat of building out the wind and the solar energy and restricting the oil and natural gas development. This is on a collision course. And what that means is that we are going to be losing our hard-earned energy independence and become reliable on these vulnerable supply chains from countries like China, or we'll be offshoring our emissions to nations with lower standards. So that's no help for the climate, and it will harm our own security. So, Mr. Powell, I wanted to start because I don't think that this is an acceptable path for American leadership and for us to win the future. So would you just comment on how you believe the United States should focus on building on our own strengths, and ensure that we have secure energy supply and that we are also addressing global emissions?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ranking Member McMorris Rodgers. Let me congratulate you again on your election to the ranking membership of the committee, and thank you for your leadership on the Energy Act of 2020 and so much of your support for hydropower policy. I know an issue we've talked about many times before, and energy innovation broadly. I think that there's a couple of components to this on retaking American leadership in clean energy, both domestically here in the United States and even more importantly, exports. I think that begins with innovation. So we have fallen behind in domestic ownership and domestic manufacturing on a number of key clean energy technologies and a number of the components of those technologies. We need to focus on a next generation of technologies where we can retake leadership. We still have a chance to lead in advanced nuclear energy, in long duration storage, in carbon capture technologies that can use the natural fossil fuel abundance we have in the United States, but do it in a cleaner and cleaner way. Every year, we can lead on advanced geothermal technology. And we can do more to ensure that there are strong and robust domestic supply chains for critical minerals. That means opening up mining and resources for critical minerals here in the United States, and using innovation to find more earth abundant substitutes for many of those materials. We don't necessarily have to use exactly the same mix of materials and elements that we've used so far, and that have made us quite dependent on China and other nations with very poor labor standards, like the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example. We can find substitutes for a lot of those materials that are more available either here in the United States or in more allied countries. So I think there's a portfolio of things here with innovation,
Great.
with opening up exploration and finding alternatives.
In just these last few seconds, would you comment on the prospects of nuclear technology, because there's some exciting technology being developed in Washington State, and if it would help overcome the transmission problem that we're seeing even in Texas right now?
Absolutely. As I think everyone has said, no technology was unscathed in Texas, but I think nuclear did probably a little better than average in Texas. Only one of the nuclear units, to my understanding, went down. Nuclear is a highly resilient part of any clean energy mix, of any energy mix. And I think that we can find even more resilient and even more advanced designs for nuclear. I'm extremely excited about the two designs that are likely to be piloted and demonstrated in Washington State in the coming 5 years. That's part of the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, started in the previous administration at the Department of Energy, that's going to set up two commercial scale, fully commercialized, like selling electricity to the grid, demonstrations of advanced reactor technologies. These are the next generation. They don't use water to cool them. They have a number of different attributes that make them cheaper and more efficient, and potentially offering the same safety for a significantly lower cost profile. So very excited about those developments, and I hope Congress will support them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Peters for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having this fascinating hearing. And I want to start on behalf of the residents of San Diego, California, by expressing our concern and prayers for the tremendous challenges facing the folks in Texas and nearby areas. I commit to working with you to find out the facts, behind what's gone wrong and honestly figure out the ways the federal government can play a role in assuring reliability. I also want to acknowledge that the transition to cheap natural gas has lowered carbon dioxide emissions, but because this has become a talking point in this committee, I want to again remind everyone that if we don't control fugitive methane emissions along the way from production to end use, there's no climate benefit. And if I had more time, I would also like to explore the carbon tax with Dr. Pakala, as his report touts the advantages of pairing a well-designed carbon tax, and by that I mean one that can mitigate the negative distributional impacts on society, with other ambitious climate policies. But I will defer that to our discussion of how we pay for infrastructure investment, because I think that matches that well. Today, I want to use my time to talk about transmission. It's widely acknowledged that the national power grid needs to be modernized to make it more secure, resilient, and efficient. It also needs to be interstate. The United States has tremendous renewable energy resources that have not yet been tapped, but often these resources, sun, wind, geothermal, hydropower, are in remote or rural areas. According to research from the Department of Energy's National Renewable Energy Lab, if we connect centers of high renewable resources with centers of high electric demand by building a macro grid, that is an overlay of high voltage DC lines, and optimize that grid for the nation's best wind and solar, we can dramatically reduce carbon emissions while improving system resiliency and reducing wholesale power costs. A macro grid will enable more robust and more competitive wholesale power markets, which translates to lower costs for consumers. One model shows consumers saving $42 billion annually by building HVDC transmission, allowing power to flow across the seams between electricity regions. And one more point about U.S. competitiveness. The Brattle Group estimates that the U.S. electric industry needs 200 gigawatts of new transmission capacity in order to accommodate widespread electrification. China has already done this and more. By the end of 2021, China will have developed over 250 gigawatts of new interregional transmission capacity over the last 7-year period. In contrast, we, the United States, have added 3. We need 200, we've added 3. So clearly the scale of the challenge is significant. Just as clearly, the current regulatory environment hampers our collective ability to meet this challenge. So I want to ask a question first to Ms. Glover. It certainly hasn't been for lack of trying. Why is it so difficult for us to build large-scale transmission projects across state lines? And what role does Congress have to play in removing the barriers once and for all? And then Ms. Glover, and then maybe Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm not sure that I'm the best person to respond to your question because my focus typically isn't on the building of transmission lines. So I'll yield that time to someone who's more suited, if you don't mind. But I'd welcome an opportunity to kind of do some research on the Alliance's position and get back to you.
That's great. Mr. Gordon?
Yes, Congressman, thank you for the question. Invenergy historically has been developing wind, solar, thermal resources, and right now it sees the need for long distance, high voltage transmission, really to connect the windiest parts of the country that don't have any real electric connectivity to deliver the best wind to where the load centers are. So we stepped into a project that had been in development for nearly a decade, and these projects take a long time. It's an 800-mile line project from southwest Kansas that would ultimately go through Missouri and Illinois and terminate just across the Indiana border, and would carry upwards of 4,000 megawatts of clean renewable power. The interesting thing about this line in the context of the hearing today is it would be designed so that it could carry power in both directions as needed. So if we have an abundance of wind normally in southwest Kansas, we could take it all the way to the eastern part of the grid.
Can I just add, Mr. Powell, from Mr. Powell, I'm going to run out of time, but ERCOT itself explained in its comments to FERC that many ISOs and RTOs said that large-scale transmission is the key to resilience. Quote, one of the most critical elements, this is ERCOT, of system resilience is ensuring that the transmission system is planned in a way to ensure continued operations following an unexpected outage of one or more generators or transmission elements. Mr. Powell, you have 5 seconds to react to that.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Peters. Thank you for your leadership on all these issues. In that short amount of time, I'll as Dr. Burgess noted, ERCOT is not entirely an island. There is transmission that interconnects it with the rest of the grid. I think every observer of this, would note that more transmission probably would be helpful here if there were larger, better interconnections, particularly on the east and west. There may have been an opportunity to bring in more resources. Obviously, there are cost implications to that, and it's been, as you've noted, devilishly difficult to site and permit those new wires. So I think we need to figure out both the regulatory and permitting issues that would enable that, and figure out how to pay for those and maintain affordability in the local power supply.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but I do see the opportunity to work with Mrs. Rogers on regulatory relief on this issue in particular, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lana for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for holding today's hearing, and thanks for our witnesses for being with us today. Also, I want to express my thoughts and prayers for the folks down in Texas for everything that they're going through from this about once in a century winter storm, and that we want to do everything we possibly can. We're committed to making sure that we get the assistance to them. Mr. Chairman, we can continue to work with the private sector to promote job creation, innovation, and emissions reduction and energy security by embracing a diverse portfolio of domestic energy sources, or we can pursue a top-down, heavy-handed government policy that can destroy our economy, put millions of Americans out of work, and stifle innovation through onerous bureaucratic red tape. And unfortunately, what we've been seeing so far is that the Biden-Harris administration is going to take that second path. If I could start with Commissioner Camp, and as a former county commissioner myself here in Wood County, you've spoken previously to the committee about the tremendous benefits that your county has experienced because of these energy projects. Could you go into more detail? I know you did some in your opening statement, but could you go into more detail about the types of program investments that Beaver County has been able to make because of this revenue stream that you've gotten?
Thank you, Congressman. Absolutely. I had the honor to testify in 2019, the Subcommittee on Environmental and Climate Change, to discuss the petrochemical plant that we were able to land here in Beaver County in 2016. We are on the process. They are still at the time to be finished here very soon. We have seen tremendous investments from not only Shell Petrochemical, but the downstream organizations who are here in Beaver County and southwestern Pennsylvania region, through the infrastructure, the highways. Center Township, my home community, has been granted a new water treatment facility with a 100-year span. Our community college has been donated millions of dollars for a process technology lab, where we have these companies who are starting to invest into our community because they're going to be calling it their home. Not only are they investing in our higher education, they are also investing in our minority communities who are not capable of the technology. Through their investments, because of the global pandemic here, we are capable of having these schools now have classes online. So we are seeing a great deal of investment, not only through Shell, but through all the other companies who are downstream jobs of Shell, who are now planting their feet in the ground.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner, for your leadership in the county. Mr. Powell, if I could go to a follow-up and some questions that our Republican leader was talking about on the nuclear side. How can Congress and the new administration build on the achievements of the Energy Act of 2020 to accelerate the development and deployment of domestic fuel supply for advanced nuclear companies?
Thank you very much, Congressman Latta. Thank you for your leadership on this issue and your legislation around creating a reserve of HALEU fuel. Just to take a step back on advanced nuclear, there are a couple of components to getting this up and running. Component one is to demonstrate the technologies, to actually show the world, show utilities, show potential industrial users that it's real and it could actually work. Step two is making sure that we have the fuel to run the things, because they run on higher test fuel or high assay, low enriched uranium. Currently, we don't have a supply of HALEU fuel in the United States, and we need to establish a reserve for one of those. And then we need to start actually building a robust supply chain for that HALEU fuel here in the country. And then last, we probably need some deployment incentives to provide the early financing, which would bring those technologies into the market, just as so many other technologies have had those early incentives. And so I think we can work on all of those things. There could be appropriations and oversight of the Department of Energy to make sure those demonstrations work. There can be legislation like yours to establish programs to set up a HALEU reserve and a robust supply of this fuel. And there can be new incentives created, like the Energy Sector Innovation Credit, that would provide incentives to pull these things into the market.
Well, thank you. Let me ask real quick, my few seconds remaining, just to follow up, because again, I'm really worried about rare earth minerals, and you're also talking about finding other elements that could be a substitute. Can we do that on our own in this country without having to rely on countries that don't like us?
I sure hope so, because as was noted previously, I worry that those countries may shut off the supply to these technologies or threaten to shut off the supply to these minerals and resources whenever we get into areas of geopolitical tension. I think this needs to be a top priority for both our private sector and for our innovators at the national labs and other research institutions, and finding ways to get around this. I'm very excited about some of the developments in earth abundant battery chemicals, even in organic battery chemicals that would basically take things like organic chemicals, think like sugars and fats, and be using those as the way that we would store huge amounts of energy in new batteries and storage systems. So I think that there's a lot of potential here, but it needs to be adequately resourced at the research stage.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired, and you back. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Doyle for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the acting ranking member for holding this hearing today. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony and give a special shout out to Commissioner Camp, a fellow Western Pennsylvanian. It's good to have you here on the panel. Commissioner knows in Western Pennsylvania, we're in all of the above region. We do fossil fuels, we do nuclear, we do renewables. And the people that work in those industries don't love one better than the other. What they love is to feed their families. And that's what we're talking about. So we know that over time, there's going to be a transition as we take renewables and put more on the grid and deal with their intermittency by using things like advanced nuclear and storage. So that we can lessen the need on fossil fuels. But when we make this transition over time, the key is to make sure that we don't leave people behind, that we don't leave families behind, that if we're going to create new manufacturing and a clean economy, that we build those plants in areas where people may be displaced because they're working in industries that we're going to be less reliant on. I think that's going to be the key to success. But we're glad to have all the panelists here. Mr. Gordon, we've all heard about the struggle of utilities getting past that 80% figure. Everyone I talked to saying, we can reduce 80%, but it's that last 20, to get us to net zero carbon by 2050, that's a tough part. How important will energy storage and reducing its costs be to expanding renewable energy?
Thank you, Congressman Doyle, for your question. And as it happens, I was born in Indiana, Pennsylvania, and lived there for 11 years. So I'm also a Western Pennsylvania native. I think to your question directly, energy storage is going to be a critical component to the future of the generation stack, and reducing those costs will be imperative, of course. I think what we're largely looking forward to is additional cost reductions over time, different types of batteries being designed, and ultimately working with new technologies like hydrogen to see how hydrogen can play a role with battery storage as well. So I think we're very optimistic, but you're right, the last 20%, that last mile is going to be more expensive than the first 80. And we just need to put our heads together. And I think as a country, we've got some pretty bright minds. And if we're committed to it, I think we can make it happen.
Thanks. Mr. Powell, you mentioned how important driving down emissions in the industrial sector will be. Improvements at industrial facilities, they're big capital intensive projects. And outside of tax credits for carbon capture, how would you suggest we create a long-term structure for co-financing big emission reducing investments?
Thanks for the question, Congressman. Thanks as well for your leadership on so many of the innovation provisions that landed in the Energy Act of 2020. Very important sector, and your support for all of these different technologies. Carbon capture and incentives for carbon capture are absolutely an excellent place to start for industrial emissions. So probably the fastest way we can bring those emissions down is simply capturing them before they leave the plant and using the same underlying process. We could also do two other major things. One is to find alternative ways to supply some of the heat that go into industrial processes. That's the largest single source of those emissions. And so that would be providing clean heat in those facilities. So that would be with an advanced nuclear reactor that could provide a lot of that heat,
Right.
or with hydrogen or renewable fuels, those sorts of things, or the fuels themselves with carbon capture. The other thing we can do is provide different processes in the first place. So for example, think about a steel plant that doesn't use coking coal to do the reduction of steel, but instead does electrochemical reduction. There's a company up in Boston called Boston Metals that's pioneering new technology around that and would use direct electrical current to do that reduction of the iron ore.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. I want to get this question to Dr. Pacala too, because I think it's important. All of you have testified that ensuring we don't leave communities behind as we move to a cleaner economy is crucial, and I believe that fervently. What policies do you see as critical to ensuring that future energy development or the manufacturing of energy equipment is done in those areas who have historically been affected by pollution or are losing their fossil fuel jobs? What do you say to that, Dr. Pacala? What do we need to do to ensure that?
Well, the package that we proposed is designed to do exactly that, right? So the idea is that let's suppose that you're a town anywhere in Middle America with a dominant employer that's going to be lost. And the wind and solar jobs are great, but they don't compensate for this highly concentrated employment in your town. It's worthwhile understanding that more towns gain resources than lose them. Where they lose them in a way that would otherwise be catastrophic. And so what could be done? Well, the idea first is that you have to anticipate the loss and plan for it in advance, because if it catches you by surprise, that's it, right? And so the idea is to have a bunch of regional centers together with state offices that work together, where representatives of Congress and mayors and governors and other officials can meet to understand what regionally is likely to happen and to serve as a conduit for planning grants to towns and to counties. And there, the idea is to anticipate what's going to happen and when, with technical assistance that other programs would provide. Having discovered that something was going to happen.
I see we're way over our time, and I want to be polite to my fellow colleagues, but we'll talk more about this. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I apologize, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. McKinley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And as a good friend, it's always good to see you. I thought the premise of this hearing was going to be about the decarbonization, accelerating the decarbonization in the United States. And I've been functioning for years now on the fact that climate change is a global issue and requires a global solution. So we've heard from previous panels, including Gina McCarthy, when they said that if America alone decarbonizes, the impact on the global environment would be virtually immeasurable. And they went on to say that as long as countries like China and India are expanding their dependence on fossil fuels, America would still experience wildfires on the West Coast, droughts and floods in the Midwest, and hurricanes on the East. So I guess the issue is, can America decarbonize? Absolutely. I would agree. It can. But what's the cost to families, communities, and businesses that are relying on fossil fuels? This report that everyone's referring to was silent about Hazard, Kentucky, Gillette, Wyoming, Cadiz, Ohio. There are no transitional employment opportunities in those areas. So to Rich Powell, let me ask you a couple questions with you. First, I say, Rich, I agree with your testimony where you said serious federal policy proposals must also reflect the global nature of the challenge. Let me ask, Rich, have you read the National Academy report?
I have.
Okay. Do you think that maybe there was, given that there were no representatives who were not academics among the authors, and based on their tweets and papers that they've published, do you believe that the authors may have had a bias against fossil fuels?
It certainly seemed like an objective was first to think first about decarbonization and maybe secondarily about the transition impacts.
Okay. Would you agree that one of the authors who tweeted out that, and his quote was in his tweet, showing who these are the people that put this, that America can eradicate poverty by decarbonization. Do you agree with that?
I don't think it's the first way we would eradicate poverty.
But that was their statement, that decarbonization is going to eradicate poverty. And then also part of the study was, quote, it was to build an energy system without social injustices that permeate the current system. Do you think it does permeate the current system?
I don't. I believe
Okay.
that there
Let me get back on point, Rich, on it, because I've got some more questions I'd like to get with you. So back on point with the policies outlined in this study, because it was very comprehensive and very thoughtfully put together from white papers that they published. But will it encourage other nations like China and India to actually follow our lead and reduce their emissions?
It focuses on U.S. emissions reductions. The
Yes.
one piece that might have a global impact is the R&D section, and that could reduce the cost of global emissions. But beyond that, it's largely silent on the global question.
Now, since the anti-fossil fuel zealots that we deal with in Washington are agitating for America to choose a simplistic route, in other words, discontinue fossil fuels. That's one way to do it. You can. That is a fork in the road. You can take that and we can not use fossil fuels. But wouldn't America be better off, better advised if they adopted a more pragmatic approach to capturing carbon through advanced innovation and deployment?
We should be focusing on reducing emissions, not eliminating fossil fuels.
Thank you. So wouldn't that approach protect the economy, reduce carbon emissions, and develop a technology that we can export around the world for other nations that are offensive in their emissions? Wouldn't that be the better approach rather than just doing away with fossil fuels?
Prioritizing carbon capture so that we can make the breakthroughs that the rest of the world can then use to decarbonize should really be at the top of the list of our energy innovation priorities.
So, Rich, would you concur that the global environment will not improve measurably if America alone decarbonizes?
I would.
Okay. Is there what policies is in the remaining few seconds here? What else would you be saying for us that we should be adapting?
Well, I think if you look back at the Energy Act of 2020, the technology that received the most bipartisan support in that very bipartisan bill was carbon capture. That bill now calls for a massive demonstration program for carbon capture technologies, but a lot of work remains to actually implement that. And so I would encourage this committee and all of Congress to focus now on implementation.
Thank you very much. I yield back my balance of my time.
The chair yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. McNerney for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for the hearing and the ranking members. Your witnesses, your testimony has been very important and useful, so thank you for coming out or appearing today. Like all of my colleagues, I'm extremely concerned about what's taking place in Texas. Millions are suffering in the cold with no immediate end in sight. Dr. Priscilla, We've heard from Mr. Gordon about what happened to cause the blackouts in Texas. Would you walk us through your understanding of what happened?
Yes, I'm not an expert, but I have consulted experts on it. And my understanding is just about what's been said predominantly. There was, in fact, a failure of some of the generating capacity across the board, and it was across all types of generating capacity. So the thermal units, that is natural gas and coal plants and nuclear plants, all had a failure rate. And the cause was primarily, different routes in which the cold can prevent the plant from operating. So that, for example, if you've got a pipeline from a production field to a power plant, when the production field goes down because of cold, the fuel stops. There was also some loss of wind capacity. The wind capacity that went down was a little bit less in sort of percentage terms than the thermal capacity, but it's not really a meaningful difference, right? So, and those were primarily due to pipes freezing. And beyond that, I think that what's been said about the interconnectivity of the Texas grid is right? If you had more interstate transmission, you had high voltage lines that could bring power in, they would have been better off.
Well, thank you. At last week's markup in this committee, we heard a lot from Republicans about California blackouts. And now we're saying the same thing happened in Texas. Republicans again are blaming renewable energy, this time for Texas problems. This is ludicrous. This is ludicrous. The causes in both states are similar. Extreme weather related to climate change, together with underinvestment in our electric utility and infrastructure and resilience. Reducing renewables will just accelerate climate change and increase the suffering of our constituents. So moving on, as we continue to confront the severe impacts of climate change, it's critical to prepare by hardening the grid. This issue is front and center to me since California has its share of natural disasters and extreme weathers. Mr. Gordon, should the federal government have a role in grid hardening for extreme weather events?
Thank you, Congressman. I do think that the government should have a role in hardening the grid for extreme weather events, yes.
Well, do you have any recommendations for resilience improvements that are also clean?
Well, I think going back to the infrastructure question, getting more transmission built, connecting to renewable resources would be by definition a clean way of doing that, while hardening the grid for reliability and resiliency for when these events happen.
Thank you. Dr. Bacala, same question. Is there a role for the federal government in grid hardening with respect to clean weather, and how do we make sure that that's done in a way that produces clean energy?
So there is absolutely a role, and the report that we released has very specific recommendations for regulatory reforms that are critical to get the grid reforms in place, certainly in time to do a rapid decarbonization of the US grid. And there are two difficult actions in Congress that we think are essential. One is a clarification of the Federal Power Act, so that it's understood that it does not limit the ability of states to use policies to support the entry of zero carbon resources into electric utility portfolios and wholesale power markets. And the second is an amendment of the Energy Policy Act to assign FERC the responsibility to design a national interest electricity corridors. And then there are a whole host of other recommendations that are very specific and that you can find mostly in the footnotes to that table I talked about.
Well, I'm going to ask in my remaining time, Ms. Glover, do you think there's a role for electrification as a part of the effort to improve resilience?
I think there probably is a low role for electrification, but I think there's also a much larger role for energy efficiency in improving resilience, right? The less that we use opens up capacity. And it helps utility companies and others not have to invest in some infrastructure if we do energy efficiency right and make those kinds of investments.
Thank you. Let's get back to efficiency. All right, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Griffin for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say first, I look forward to seeing the science on what caused this cold snap in Texas. I know it's easy to go and say this is a part of climate change, and that may be a contributing factor, but apparently there was a similar weather pattern in Texas in 1928, which is why one of our earlier folks talked about this happening about once a century in Texas, because apparently it has happened before. So I don't know that we can put all of the cold weather in Texas at the feet of climate change or global warming. Ms. Glover, thank you so much for talking about energy efficiency. I do have some good paying jobs in my district with that, and I'm a coal district, but I do appreciate you highlighting that very much. And some have called for the complete elimination of using our fossil fuels, and I was pleased to hear Chairman Pallone say that while we may shift and transition and lower that number, that he didn't see it being eliminated from part of our mix. And it's interesting because one of my professors, a science researcher at Virginia Tech, working on fossil fuels, has lamented in the past that never before have we eliminated or tried to eliminate a energy source, whether we started with wood, et cetera, with the exception of whale oil. We've never eliminated one. We've reduced it depending on market conditions and improved efficiencies, but we've never eliminated one of our potential energy sources. And I think that's important to keep in mind. Mr. Powell, I appreciate you mentioning that we're trying to make false choices, that you have to choose one or the other. I'm an all of the above kind of guy. I like your concepts of using more innovation. You talked with my colleague, Mr. McKinley, about reducing emissions, and that ought to be at the top of our list and doing the research to reduce that. I would point out that in my district, and they're all over the country, but one in my district, MOVA Technologies, has been working on panel bed filtration systems that not only eliminates CO2, but eliminates, depending on what panel you have and what industry you're dealing with, it eliminates all kinds of other pollutions. It's already out of the test phase and is now in the small test phase. It's now going to the next level. And these are the kinds of things that I think we need to be working on as well. How we can invest all the money we want to in research and development and innovation, but if industry is disincentivized to install new technologies, it will be for naught. Last week, I had a meeting with the pulp and paper workers. Challenges associated with new source review permitting program. And we have learned that the NSR often discourages new investments at facilities like paper mills, a furniture factory in my district, other manufacturing plants and power plants. It discourages them from making small bites of the apple. They're told you if you take a small bite, you've got to swallow the whole apple. I have reintroduced the New Source Review Permitting Improvement Act, HR 245, which would reform the program so that we can upgrade U.S. facilities with new pollution control technology, but not having to change it all at one time. Is new source review a barrier to reducing emissions, Mr. Powell?
Yeah, sorry, you froze there for a second, but I think I heard the question. Thanks so much for the question. Thank you for your leadership on this vital issue for carbon capture technologies and really for all technologies which would help reduce the emissions from existing facilities. It absolutely is a barrier in its current form. I do not think that the original drafters of the Clean Air Act understood this kind of scenario. I think they would have probably framed new source review in a different way. Had they been thinking about things like carbon dioxide emissions at the time. I think reforming that so that we don't have NSR as a barrier, and so that you don't enter an entirely different regulatory regime if you simply bolt one thing onto a facility, which significantly helps reduce the emissions. That actually has the exact opposite of, I think, what folks would have been trying to accomplish with the original new source review revisions. And so I think reforms are urgently needed, and I think your proposal is an excellent step in that direction.
Thank you very much. I mean, look, a lot of times people characterize it as just trying to get rid of the rules. No, what we're trying to do is make the rules so that they can be used effectively. And if you take one bite at the apple every 3 or 4 years, a factory can make its facility a whole lot better. If you have to do the whole thing at one time, they're never going to do it, and it slows down our ability to control emissions. I was pleased to hear, discussion, and I know the intent is good about, being prepared and planning, and this would have been Mr. Pacala, being prepared and planning I come from an area where there's a lot of coal production and a lot of lost jobs already. But I will tell you that there's a December 6, 2019 New York Times article, which I forwarded to committee staff because I would like to have it introduced into the record. New York Times article talks about a town years has been spending money trying to reinvent their economy. They've created a law school with some of their money. They've created a pharmaceutical school or a pharmacy school in their community, and they have spent, according to that article, they have spent approximately $170 million over this 20-year period trying to reinvent themselves. Now, there's all kinds of other issues, road access, et cetera, that we're working on. But I will tell you that, give me just 1 second, thank you. But I will tell you that 1 in 6 jobs is still coal related, and the county is getting hit hard.
Chairman.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
It's quite all right. The chair now recognizes Mr. Tucker for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a great hearing, and there's so much to cover. I'll try to get through as much as I can. I don't think we should overlook the importance of energy efficiency and decarbonizing our energy system. There are many widely available, cost-effective measures that can be done to improve the energy efficiency as well as the health and safety of homes. But we need to recognize that many low-income people aren't going to take advantage of a tax credit. And for this category of individuals, often they pay a much higher percentage of their incomes on energy bills. So, Ms. Clover, what's the role for a program like DOE's Weatherization Assistance Program to improve energy efficiency of low-income homes?
Thank you so much, Congressman, for that question. You know, the WAP program, the weatherization program, is an important program for low-income consumers, and certainly I would say even middle-income consumers would, if they could take advantage of it, would want to. It certainly needs to be funded more, and there have been some requests to add more funding to that program. But I would also say that as you all and as members of Congress have been thinking about how do we direct that funding to the right families. And so part of that thinking has to be, what are the communities that we're going to start with first? Is weatherization in and of itself, that program, going to be enough of an investment for some communities in rural and urban communities around this country? Their homes are not ready for even basic weatherization. And so we do have to think about what is the proper investment, and do we need to build on top of existing programs to make those communities more resilient in terms of energy efficiency?
Okay, thank you. And do you believe this program helps promote more equitable energy policy?
I do think that it does. I think that it's, look, there's so many things we need to invest in, and I think that weatherization in that program is probably one of those programs that needs greater investment.
Thank you. And last year, Congress enacted reforms to strengthen the program, and President Biden has called for weatherizing 2 million homes. So I think that is a great shot in the arm. Ms. Glover, do you believe funding for a program like the Weatherization Assistance Program should be considered for inclusion in a future infrastructure package?
I do. I do believe that funding for that could be included in a future infrastructure package. But I want to say that, if we're trying to impact low and moderate income families, it's not just the weatherization program that can do that. There are other programs as well, and other proposals out there that also, our small business proposal, I think, is a good one. It talks about how do you bring jobs to these communities and small business growth to those communities, as well as ensuring that the businesses in those communities are thriving. I think Congresswoman Blunt Rochester's bill on mission critical and building infrastructure is another important program that can help not only those communities in terms of making them more resilient, but also in terms of jobs and small business opportunity and addressing our equity needs. So there are lots of programs that I think have been proposed that will get us where we need to be, and at the same time address our issues around climate change, decarbonizing our energy grid, and providing economic opportunity to communities around the country, particularly those who are suffering the most.
Thank you. And Dr. Pacalo, can you give us a sense of why the NAS report recommended increasing funding for weatherization?
Yes, we recommended both an increase in funding in the low income in LIHEAP and in the Weatherization Assistance Program because of the need to upgrade infrastructure, which has lagged behind and which disproportionately impacts the incomes of low-income Americans already. And so we did discuss the inefficiencies built into some of those programs, but on balance thought that we ought to put more money into them. So there are specific numerical amounts in the recommendations, and it followed a review of the performance of both of those programs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Powell, I'm excited to hear that ClearPath is getting involved in the industrial sector. Do you believe low emissions hydrogen could play a role in decarbonizing certain manufacturing processes?
Thanks for the question, Ranking Member Tonko, and thanks for your leadership on the Energy Act of 2020 as well. I absolutely believe that hydrogen could be a big part of that solution. As I mentioned earlier, low carbon heat is going to be a core component to decarbonizing the industrial sector, and low emission hydrogen, whether that's produced from natural gas with carbon capture, from renewable electrolysis, from nuclear electrolysis, or maybe a whole lot of processes that we don't even understand or realize yet, could be a really significant part of that transition.
Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Chair, I think I've exhausted my time, so I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be really brief so I can get to my questions. But as I listen to my colleagues and some of our witnesses today, we keep hearing proposals for, I quote, deep decarbonization that would serve really only to kill good-paying American jobs while simultaneously increasing our supply chain dependency on China, embolden Russia, and ironically, do very little to decrease total global carbon emissions. I keep thinking, why would we want to go down that road? Well, I think we might have found the answer. One of our witnesses today in their prepared testimony cited a desire to achieve and I quote, fundamental economic and social transition. So, I'm wondering, are decarbonization policies about climate or energy at all? Or is it more about power and control? Outside of this Zoom hearing, in the real world, abundant American resources are being leveraged to create jobs, revitalize communities, and strengthen American manufacturing. So I have a question for Commissioner Camp. Thank you for joining us, Commissioner. My district is not far from Beaver County, just across the state line in eastern and southeastern Ohio. We have a site ready for a similar ethane cracker facility, and just as in Beaver County, it's intended to take advantage of the vast natural gas resources right below our feet in Ohio and Pennsylvania. It is still awaiting a final investment decision, but God willing, if construction begins on this project, we'll see our communities benefit immediately with thousands of workers coming to town. Is that your perspective? Will we see those thousands of workers coming to town? And also, what does it mean for a community with a proud but distant industrial past to have heavy manufacturing like this return?
Congressman Johnson, thank you very much. I work closely with the previous board in Belmont County, Ohio, where that proposed petrochemical plant is being set forth. Absolutely. We see right now in 2019, as I said before, when I testified in front of the Subcommittee on Environmental and Climate Change, we had roughly 3,500 employees on site. Today, we have 7,950 employees on site. 7,000 are working there during the day, 950 in a night turn. We are seeing that, but not only are we seeing that at the plant itself, we are seeing the effects of them, even through this global pandemic, support our community. Our tax base has gone up due to this. There is a pilot program in place with Shell Petrochemicals for 20 years, 25 years, but we are going to see the downstream jobs. There are many, many, many options on property up and down Interstate 376, which is our headquarter here, where the rail meets the river in Interstate 376. You can't purchase a piece of property in Beaver County right now that is an industrial site because the options are exercised.
So the bottom line is it's far from over.
It is far from over. We won't start seeing these downstream manufacturing jobs, the companies who utilize the rubber pellets that Shell Petrochemical will be making for years. Once they start production, these companies will then start to look at building facilities in Beaver County, Western Pennsylvania, Allegheny County, Westmoreland, even into Ohio and West Virginia and Representative McKinley's
good.
district.
Well, good. Well, let me go to Mr. Powell now. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Powell, you made an important point earlier about how a molecule of carbon released in Shanghai has the same impact as if it was released in Chicago. Well, what I'm hearing from my Democratic colleagues today is too much of a focus on reducing carbon emissions domestically, regardless of the cost to American jobs like those in Beaver County, without acknowledging that climate change isn't just America's problem to confront. In fact, even if America reduced its emissions to zero, there wouldn't be a measurable effect on the global climate. We need to take a step back here and put the American people first, rather than trumpeting gimmicks like the Paris Accord, which gives a free pass to huge global emitters such as China and India. We have an opportunity to support pragmatic policies that can build new and carbon-free technologies like nuclear here in the U.S., enable them to be built internationally. So, Mr. Powell, do you believe there is room for bipartisan consensus on improving advanced nuclear technology? And how best can we modernize our export process, which not only has clean energy benefits, but supports U.S. interests and national security?
Thanks for the question, Congressman. Thank you for your support for modernizing our nuclear exports infrastructure. I believe there is bipartisan consensus on advanced nuclear energy. It was one of the technologies highlighted in the Energy Act, passed in December, demonstrating new pieces of that. I do think that the exports process, both the 810 agreements and the 123 process, do need to be modernized. We have to remember it's not a choice about whether a country is going to accept new nuclear technology. It's whether they're going to accept U.S. technology or Russian or Chinese technology. And our preference would be that it was American technology with American safeguards, and where America captures the economic opportunity and the benefits and the jobs of those exports.
Well, thank you, Mr. Powell. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Vesey for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And of course, as you know, Mr. Chairman, we are going through catastrophic weather events right now in Texas, and it is, it's really bad. I'm not going to, mince words about it. It's as bad as it seems from afar. People don't have heat. People haven't had heat for days. We've had record number of people going into local hospitals because of carbon monoxide poisoning, trying to stay warm. It's bad. And I want to thank you for hosting this hearing today. And I wanted to ask some questions specifically related to this catastrophic energy failure that we're having in our state right now. The extreme weather events over the last few days have caused a massive failure to deliver electricity to those who desperately need it, as I just pointed out. And the inability of some of these power plants to produce electricity when our communities needed it the most meant that people in 254 counties all across our state are going without power. And now we're at a point now, Mr. Chairman, to where there are people having to boil water. We have several places here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex where people are under boil alerts because they don't have fresh water. I even have heard of at least one hospital that doesn't have adequate clean water. In the days and weeks to come, we will be examining the questions of infrastructure-related causes, looking at what measures can be taken to properly weatherize and insulate our power plants of all fuel types. Another important issue for us to consider is how we can better connect Texas to the national grid to allow for inter-regional transmission to bring electricity from other areas of the country. And yesterday I sent a letter to FERC with a desire to start a conversation on this. There will be many benefits and challenges of allowing limited energy transfers into ERCOT territory in certain emergency situations. There are a number of legal and technical infrastructure hurdles that will need that we will need to overcome for greater interconnection. And I believe that every option should be explored so we can avert any other potential disasters that we may have in the future. And as we continue to search for answers, I'm glad that we have some experts on power generation with us here today. And Mr. Craig, and I don't want to get into the silly season of comparing things that's been too much of the conversation. It's been utterly ridiculous that people are comparing these things. We obviously had failures with all of our platforms in ERCOT, and we need to figure out how we can weatherize these things. And I want to ask you, given that a large part of the blame for the Texas grid failure was due to some of our more traditional fuels around natural gas and coal and nuclear, and not having adequate weatherization and insulation. Can you speak a little bit about about what weatherizing a power plant for cold weather looks like?
Thank you, Congressman. I'm not sure I'm the expert on how to weatherize a coal plant or gas plant. I do think there are ways to do so. I think folks at ERCOT and the generation owners ought to consult with folks in the Dakotas and Minnesota and places like that where they are dealing with these sort of things, year in and year out. I will say, however, that the way the market is designed doesn't encourage additional investments in generation technology. For instance, we have peaker plants in Ector County. They do not have the capacity to burn fuel oil in a situation like this. If the ERCOT market was structured such that there was a way to compensate for that additional reliability, you would have plenty more generating owning companies invest in the dual fuel capabilities to ensure that when a situation like this comes, that there will be backup fuel to keep the generation going. I would also say that additional investments in energy storage, which don't require water, would be a smart investment as well. And again, always going back to more transmission to connect different parts of the Texas grid as well as to different parts of the Eastern Interconnect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Mushan for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is a great hearing. It's timely. Look, I'm an all the above energy believer. I think we should continue to pursue innovation and technology advances across the energy generating space. My district is a coal district, however, and I just want to remind people that actually coal may be the most reliable source of energy in this situation because you have a stockpile at your plant. You don't require a pipeline, and when the wind and solar panels don't get frozen up or covered in snow. That said, that's why I think we need to continue to innovate across the energy space and not forget about fossil fuel. I also am very happy that part of this conversation has been about energy efficiency because, I grew up in a small town, 1,500 people, and I can tell you the homes are 100 years old and they're very energy inefficient. That's a very big piece of this. Mr. Gordon, how did Invin Energy's wind projects perform in Texas, and how many megawatts out of the total system had to be shut down due to cold weather and icy conditions?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. At various points of the last several days, many of our wind farms were not operational. However, at no point over this period did all of our wind projects fail to operate. So it was hit or miss. It was really dependent on the location of the facility. Some facilities were iced over more than others, and so some came through, doing very well, better than expectations.
Okay, how did Invin Energy's natural gas units perform during the same period?
Yes, sir. So we were not able to procure natural gas. The transmission pipelines were not available.
Okay, so I'm just going along the lines of innovation and technological advances that can help all aspects of our energy generating system, including natural gas, including wind. And I guess in Texas we saw a domino effect where the wind started to fail early in the wintry conditions, which constrain the system. And then as natural gas, coal, and nuclear facilities plants began to have operational problems and freeze off, the blackout started. Mr. Powell, if Texas were 100% wind for power generation, what would have happened to the grid?
Well, I don't think Texas or any jurisdiction should be 100% any generation. I think in any, I just don't think it would be technically possible for Texas or any state to be 100% wind. And
Yeah, I think that
if it was, this would have been a bad event. And
yeah,
I don't think
I mean,
anyone.
it's a hypothetical question. I think proving my point again that
Sure.
we need to continue to pursue an all of the above energy approach, which includes renewables and fossil fuels. In addition, I guess homes having no heat, it was reported that electric vehicles saw a dramatic loss of charge, and many charging stations were unavailable. Mr. Powell, how do we ensure that the future of EVs and the reliability of the charging stations are not another way we could leave people without access to their vehicles?
It's a great question, Congressman. I think the unfortunate reality of this and many of the other extreme weather events we've seen and will likely see more of is that all parts of our energy system and our energy dependent systems like transportation are going to have to be hardened for more extreme weather on both sides, for more extreme heat events and extreme cold events. Unfortunately, these extreme events are hard on all energy systems. They can be hard on batteries and they can degrade the performance of these vehicles. So we're going to have to invest more in insulating these vehicles and improve technologies that can operate under a wider range of conditions if those are going to be a bigger part of the transportation system in the future. Unfortunately,
I mean, you've probably seen, I think everyone has, major automobile companies announcing they're going to go completely electric in a fairly short period of time. And interestingly, I think GM did a demonstration I posted on my social media, and they had an electric car plugged in, and they asked the GM executive where the electricity was coming from, and she replied, well, it's coming from the building. And then she said, well, it's the local power company providing power to the building. And that wasn't the question. The question was, where does the electricity come from? And it turns out in this area where they were demonstrating the electrical vehicle, 90% of the electrical power was generated from coal. So I just think we need to be open-eyed about this, and all of us, try to be as least ideological and more practical as we can, and recognize we need to continue to advance innovation and technology across the space. Wind turbines are going to learn from this. They're not going to freeze up anymore if we get some technological advances. Same thing's true with other forms of power. So I would encourage all of us to continue to support innovation and technology advances to decrease our carbon emissions, as we have more than any other country in the world, and work towards a lower carbon future. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. Dr. Pacala, your report covers a wide range of technologies that need to all be deployed in rapid fashion in order to reach our goals and have diversity and avoid putting all of our eggs in one basket. And I want to ask specifically about hydrogen cells for energy and their potential applications. Washington State's energy portfolio is 80% clean, mostly because 2/3 of our energy, our electricity, comes from hydropower. And hydropower provides fantastic, reliable base load. And sometimes there's oversupply, especially when you add wind and solar. And spilling more water, which you would like to do environmentally, actually could further harm salmon populations. And so there's a lot of interest in capturing and storing that excess, including as hydrogen energy. And I recently had a really interesting meeting with the Douglas County PUD General Manager, Gary Ivory, about the Renewable Hydrogen Demonstration Project happening in my district. And last September, the Bonneville Environmental Foundation partnered with the county to develop the first hydrogen fueling station for fuel cell electric vehicles in Washington State. Increasing development of these technologies and storing excess electricity in this way could go a long way toward building a clean energy economy. The White House has also pointed to green or renewable hydrogen as an area they're interested in, and I know the Department of Energy has been working on this innovation for years. Your report calls on a rapid scaling of hydrogen technology, stating that this could create positive synergies. Now, in parts of my district, I can't drive 2 minutes without seeing a Tesla, but I have yet to see a hydrogen cell powered vehicle. And so I just want to know, where are we with hydrogen innovation? And has it reached a point where it can play a serious role in helping the US meet an interim goal of net zero by 2050? And can you talk about some of these positive synergies?
Like Rich Powell, I believe that hydrogen is a big piece of the long-term future. But the fact is that hydrogen as an energy storage device is still expensive. All right. And it's still expensive relative to other alternatives that we could deploy during the 2020s. So during the 2020s, if we expand our net zero power offerings, primarily with wind and solar, while planning for other sources, right? While trying to reduce the very high costs now of nuclear, and while also preparing for CO2 transport technology so that we can continue to use decarbonized fossil if we as a species decide to do so, as a nation decide to do so, then these are ways in which we can reach an 80% decarbonized power grid. And then hydrogen comes in probably later. And it depends on the combined ingenuity of people in the country. Now, I'm a real believer in the combined ingenuity, but it's one of many technologies that we need to double down on our D&D investments in.
I really appreciate that because first, it gives me a perspective on time, but second, starting these kind of pilot projects now is what will pave the way to the 2030s and potentially having this. And we've heard a lot about resources, whether they are metals, solar panels that are cheaper now from China and not wanting to be dependent, that this is just one of the sort of the layers of redundancy that will help give us that kind of security. I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure which of you is the best to ask, just about other ways of storing excess energy, because we'll get that from wind and solar too. And I wonder if you could just comment, I've got about 40 seconds left, about other ways of storing excess energy.
So I can. Pumped hydro is the way we do it now, but we've exhausted a lot of the sites for that. Long-term batteries that make fuels like hydrogen and store it is another way to do it. And there are a number of technologies that look for that. There are some exotic long-term storage solutions right now. The center of the action on close to deployment or deployable is grid scale storage in the sort of the 6-hour range, which is one of the sweet spots. And that's a real commercial opportunity for US firms.
Can you tell me more about that? That's ready. Oh, we're out of time. I yield back. Thank you very much.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all agree on the need for a clean energy future. What we differ on, as this hearing title indicates, is the best path to get there. As many of my colleagues have already indicated, this administration has dropped an economic bomb onto the nation's energy sector, threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions in state tax revenues that go toward supporting public schools, fire departments, police stations, and countless other community services. The Laborers International Union of North America said themselves that canceling the Keystone XL pipeline will result in the loss of 1,000 jobs immediately and an additional 10,000 jobs over time. Mr. Powell, in your testimony, you state that according to the International Energy Agency, only 2 of 14 critical power sector technologies are on track to reduce emissions in the time frame laid out by President Biden's executive orders. Further, you state, and I quote, requiring further emissions reductions before those technologies are ready poses significant risks to the reliability and affordability of our energy system and to the millions of workers whose jobs rely on that energy supply. We've already heard demands that President Biden go further to ban all fossil fuels, shut down additional pipelines, and enact policies inspired by the job-killing Green New Deal. And so, Mr. Kemp, thank you for talking about the vital role natural gas plays in Western Pennsylvania. We know natural gas has already played a critical role in reducing emissions in the power sector. What about heavy industry? And can we continue to meet the demands of steel and cement facilities without natural gas?
Natural gas plays an important role in the heavy industries. I don't specialize in can we meet the demands, but personally, what I see whenever I talk to the individuals who are running these facilities, that they need the natural gas to meet these demands. That is based off their opinion. I don't think we can cut the fossil fuels completely out. I think we can't abandon them. I think we have to clean them up. But I think this committee alone will work together to do that. It's important that we continue to use those fossil fuels to have that feedstock into these facilities. As we talk in great lengths about nuclear, Beaver County is home to First Energy, is now Energy Harbor. We do have a nuclear power plant in Beaver County. We had a coal-fired power plant in Beaver County that closed down in 2019. Not as I speak, not just on the natural gas industry. When I say all energy sectors, that's what I'm talking about here in Beaver County in southwestern Pennsylvania.
All of above plan. Thank you. Mr. Powell, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, no power sector technology has been responsible for more emission reductions than natural gas over the past decade. We've also moved to become a top exporter of liquefied natural gas, allowing more counties and countries to utilize cleaner fuels. In your testimony, you highlight the opportunity of exporting clean U.S. technologies and commodities. How does restricting fossil fuel development align with that line of thinking?
Well, thanks for the question, Congressman. Thanks for your leadership on cleaner fossil technologies and innovation in this space. I do think there's a real tension there. Exporting liquefied natural gas, for example, is one of the top ways that we can help other economies around the world decarbonize their sectors. Often that liquefied natural gas is going and it's displacing oftentimes subcritical coal plants, some of the highest emitting plants in the world, or coal for district heating. So liquefied natural gas exports can play a huge role in that global decarbonizing picture. And I don't think that's necessarily being taken into account when folks are talking about restricting particular pieces of U.S. fossil extraction.
In my home state, in fact, my own district, America's largest electric utilities, like DTE in my district, have committed to reaching net zero emissions by 2050. You also mentioned that zero emission fuels like hydrogen should play a role in response to climate change. Has your organization looked at how existing infrastructure, such as our natural gas pipeline network, can be utilized to deliver alternative fuels?
Absolutely. I think we should all remember that we have this asset. We have literally trillions of dollars of natural gas infrastructure in the ground around this country. We should be trying to find ways to work with that as part of a low carbon future. And there are so many ways. We could use that natural gas. We could create hydrogen with it and capture the carbon emissions and put them underground. We could partially run hydrogen alongside natural gas and other low carbon fuels through the pipelines along the way. We could do a lot with that existing infrastructure. Again, we ought to be focusing on reducing the emissions, not on eliminating the use of the fossil fuels, and certainly not on eliminating the use of the fossil fuel infrastructure, which we've invested so dearly in, and which could be a real asset in decarbonizing.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ms. Leggett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm so delighted to join your subcommittee in this Congress. I think that energy policy and in particular climate issues are going to be the preeminent issue in this Congress. And I want to share your concern, the concern of so many on this committee about what's happened in Texas, which is really a national strategy. And I will volunteer to put the resources of the Oversight Subcommittee to work
in helping us make sure that we get to the bottom of what happened in Texas, and working with you to make sure we can have policies that address this. I just want to ask some questions of the panel about greenhouse gas emissions. And the first thing I want to say, my staff actually wrote a question on this, but I don't think we need a question on it. I think everybody on this panel would agree Americans deserve affordable, reliable electricity. And that's becoming more and more of a challenge, something we need to deal with. I want to ask the panel this question. Does climate science tell us we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by no later than 2050, and if sooner if possible, to minimize the risk of catastrophic climate events like we're seeing right now? Let's just go down the panel if we can. Ms. Glover?
Congresswoman, honestly, I don't know if it's telling you that it has.
You've gone on mute. There you go.
I said, Congressman, I really don't know if scientists are telling you that it has to be net zero by 2050.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, yeah. Dr. Pacala?
Yeah, so the science is extremely clear that if you want to limit global climate change to substantially less than 2 degrees, the globe has to get to net zero by 2050. Okay. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon?
Yes, Congresswoman, I am not qualified to answer that question.
So you don't know either. Mr. Powell?
So I'd echo Dr. Pacala's point that globally we need to make an extremely deep reduction in CO2 emissions if we are to have that impact on the climate.
Great. And Mr. Camp?
As Mr. Gordon said, I am not qualified to make that.
Okay.
But with Dr. Pacala, this hearing we mentioned many times that this is a global issue.
Absolutely.
And if we continue to take our fossil fuels.
I appreciate that, sir. You're right. The 2018 report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says that we need to reduce our global greenhouse gas emissions to net zero no later than 2050 and sooner if possible. Dr. Pacala, I want to ask you, if we have the technology today to achieve an ambitious reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, while still providing affordable, reliable electricity for every American?
Yes, we absolutely have the technology to do that.
Okay. And that's interesting because what I've heard, like from my utilities, is that we have most of the technology. It's that last 10 to 20% we need to incentivize. Would that be accurate, or you think we could just get there today?
Yeah, it's absolutely accurate. So the most net zero plans by 2050 call for a 75% or 80% decarbonized de-emissioned grid, electricity grid by 2030. Okay. Right. And so it is true that the last 20% is way harder.
Right. But that's why we need to incentivize research and development, from what I've heard, to get there. Because we can't get there without new technology. Is that right?
That's right. And also right now we get to use, for instance, our abundant natural gas capacity as backup generators to provide the firm source of electricity for when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. And that gets you down to about 80% decarbonized. But then you've got to do something with those sources as well. Either decarbonize them, carbon capture and storage, or build more nukes, or build some other, build long-term storage or something, some other form source.
Right. So just for my colleagues, I've got a bill, the Clean Energy Innovation and Deployment Act, which is designed to address this issue by setting up a 3-speed mechanism where the speed to which we try to get to zero is impacted on how fast we can break through with new technology. So I'll be talking more about that. Thanks to our whole panel. Appreciate it. Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. And let me just say to the gentlelady that I want to personally welcome you to the subcommittee, and look forward to working with you over this next term. So again, my personal welcome to you to this subcommittee.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Duncan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this hearing. I want to enter into the record an editorial from the Wall Street Journal today. It has a lot of facts in it. It's entitled "Texas Spins into the Wind," and I'd like to enter that into the record.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. I also want to point out, and Mr. Jett may want to look at this article, but there's a great graphic on there. Very difficult to see on there, but let me just tell you that change in power output in the state of Texas from January the 18th until February the 17th, wind generation reduced by almost 20,000 megawatts. That was a 93% reduction in wind power output. At the same time, you saw coal increase by 47% and natural gas increase. This is power generation output increased by 450%. I don't know that it was necessarily the transmission to the power plants other than a diversion of some of the natural gas in Texas to meet the needs of powering and heating homes and hospitals and other communities. You know, Mr. Chairman, in my district, we get a lot of our power from nuclear power. Nuclear energy produces a lot of the electricity in the Carolinas. In fact, Duke Energy in the Carolinas has a fleet of 11 nuclear power plants and make up more than 50% of the power utility in North Carolina and South Carolina. That fleet of nuclear power plants are responsible for cleaner air where I live. In 2019 alone, this same nuclear fleet generated almost 74 billion kilowatt hours of electricity and avoided the release of more than 52 million tons of carbon dioxide. I point that out is because nuclear energy is the future if we want to lower our carbon emissions in this country. And I'm all about next gen nuclear power. I'm all about SMRs and thorium reactors and anything that we can do, Mr. Chairman. But I wanted to ask Mr. Powell, as you stated in testimony, in order to reduce CO2 emissions as fast as possible, we need to modernize the permitting process. Last Congress, I introduced a bill to modernize the review of our nuclear power reactor projects. And I plan to reintroduce this bill again in this Congress. Hope some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join me on that. But could you, what do you see as the biggest barrier to rapidly deploying new clean energy projects, and whether it's nuclear and other clean technologies, Mr. Powell?
Well, first, thank you, Congressman, for your leadership on nuclear innovation and supporting the existing nuclear fleet, both extremely important. ClearPath was founded in the Carolinas, and we greatly appreciate the remarkable clean energy abundance that nuclear fleet that Duke maintains provides, along with the clean air and the tax base and all the other great benefits of nuclear. You know, going forward with nuclear and continuing that, there's a couple of big challenges ahead. The first is modernizing the existing nuclear fleet so that those plants can all go through the second life extensions and can go from being 60-year plants to 80-year plants. In the wholesale power markets, the ones that aren't regulated, a lot of those nuclear plants are facing extreme economic stress due to subsidized renewables and extremely low-cost natural gas. There's a number of pieces of legislation that have been introduced in the past Congress that I think could be looked at again this year that would take a step at preserving those existing nuclear units using EPA and other authorities to keep those generating, keep those online. I think that's a really important priority. And then as we think about the future and the next generation of reactors, obviously there's a big piece around regulatory reform. You've really taken this on at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, finding ways to streamline and shorten the timelining to permit a new nuclear design is absolutely vital. Right now, the fastest the NRC can do is about 40 months. And with a lot of pre-licensing activity in front of that, to get a new nuclear design license, you can't even start building or financing it before you get that design license. That's a long time, right? Any kind of innovator, right? So finding ways to shorten that down, and then once we get the plants actually, what the designs license, finding ways to then get the siting and the permitting of the specific sites done in a more expeditious manner, while not sacrificing in any way safety in that siting, I think is the next big challenge.
Absolutely. And I just want to point this out that in my district alone, replacing the Oconee Nuclear Station, which is a land use of about 2 square miles with solar, will require 107 square miles of land. That's nearly 4 times the size of the city of Greenville, South Carolina. So replacing nuclear power with wind would require over 854 square miles of land. That's more land than the entirety of Anderson County, which is in my congressional district. So we've got to address all these. I believe in nuclear. Mr. Chairman, it's a great hearing. I've enjoyed it, and I look forward to continue to listen on the way out. Thanks.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for convening this very important hearing today, and certainly thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. Let me start with Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon, you referenced, I believe, a solar project in my district, a 75 megawatt solar project called Edgecombe Solar. It's in Edgecombe County, North Carolina, which is just a few miles from where I am right now. Let me just commend your company's decision to base this project in my district. This project, along with others across the state, will ensure that North Carolina remains a leader in solar energy deployment. So thank you so very much. Now, my question is, how can we continue to support the development of the solar industry? And perhaps you could provide some insights into your company's decision to build a solar farm in a rural community, so we can learn more about what constitutes an attractive environment for solar and for renewables.
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to answer your question. I think first and foremost, you got to have the right conditions for a solar plant. So, ample sun, but you also need interconnection capacity. You need to be able to connect to the grid at a cost that's affordable, because high cost to connect can kill a project quickly. And I think undermining or underpinning those two things, you need customers who are willing to buy it. And what we're seeing right now is just a huge interest from Fortune 100 companies to invest in renewable energy. And so what we're doing is we're trying to work with some of these companies to find locations where they have interest in having renewables nearby to act as an energy hedge for them, or to provide renewable attributes to them. So I think the answer to your question is complex. There's a lot of things going on. And ultimately, we're also looking for landowners who want a project. We provide significant financial benefits to the landowners who participate. And so the whole community is raised.
I'm glad you're mentioning the land ownership aspect of it, because that is so critically important. I know it is here in my district. The construction of high voltage, long distance transmission facilities is highly necessary to meet the needs of the clean energy transition. Existing utilities, such as electric co-ops and municipally owned utilities, will rely on these transmission facilities for distribution of renewable energy. Mr. Gordon, as high voltage transmission infrastructure is constructed to integrate growing renewable energy production, how can we make sure the services of existing electric utilities can continue to serve their customers uninterrupted?
So the type of projects that we are proposing basically interconnect with the high voltage grid at the various locations. They do not disrupt the local service whatsoever. And what they do is ultimately provide new resources, new low-cost renewable resources, to be shipped and delivered to areas of the country that may not have an abundance of geography to site new wind or new solar, such as South Carolina.
Yeah, let me take my last minute with Ms. Glover, if I may. Ms. Glover, while climate change affects everyone, our most vulnerable communities disproportionately bear the brunt of the impacts of climate change. This is why environmental justice is a critical part of the Clean Future Act. Low-income communities like my community and communities of color are more likely to lack resiliency against the risk of climate change and less likely to have access to sustainable and affordable energy. We've got to fix this thing. Ms. Glover, from your perspective, what can we do to make sure that low-income communities of color are better prepared for climate change risk?
Thank you so much for the question, Congressman Butterfield, and for your leadership. I'm going to keep repeating my song, which is that I believe energy efficiency is really one of the starting points for this, and it should be the center point of these conversations. At the end of the day, we want to be able to get to customers, particularly those in low-income, disadvantaged communities, frontline communities, and help them to use less now. and invest in those communities so that they are using less, so that there is more money for them, but also to be able to develop their infrastructure so that it is more resilient. Those two things combined, I think, need to happen in those worst of our communities, the communities that are suffering the most. And I believe that energy efficiency really is an opportunity that's sitting right there and something that we can pull the trigger on fairly quickly and can have some significant impact very quickly as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm right on the mark. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ms. Lesko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the witnesses and all of the members. I agree with Mr. Pallone that we need to try to work together to come up with an energy plan for the future of America. I think it needs to be a common sense, affordable, reliable, high quality energy plan. I have to tell you that I don't think it should copy the California policies, because my utility companies here in Arizona say that at certain times of the year, California actually pays Arizona utilities to take their energy off of their hands. And I don't think that's probably a very good plan for the Californians. I do, Mr. Chairman, want to ask unanimous consent that an article mentioned by Morgan Griffith earlier be entered into the record. It is a New York Times, December 6, 2019 article entitled, "Can a Coal Town Reinvest Itself?"
I thought I had, by unanimous consent, already entered that into the record.
Oh, fantastic. Mr. Griffith had texted me and didn't know if it was done or not. So thank you. I have a question for.
Just Mayor, for a moment, let me just take another stab at it. Hearing no objections, so ordered. The latest request for the entering into the record of the New York Times article.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, the Center for Negative Carbon Emissions at Arizona State University is currently working on carbon removal technologies, particularly direct air capture under the direction of Klaus Lochner. Do you know if what we can do to increase the efforts and research on that technology and use of that technology, do you think it's being financed enough?
Thank you so much for that question, Congresswoman, and thank you for your attention to this really important, relatively new technology. Everyone should remember that when we say net zero, that means that folks might still be emitting as long as they have a corresponding offset or something netting out those emissions and pulling it back out of the atmosphere. And that's what these technologies like direct air capture or broader carbon dioxide removal technologies could do. They could give us a lot of flexibility, and they can also, in the far future, if we decide there's just too much CO2 in the atmosphere, maybe we might decide to pull more out just as a public service kind of a thing. And so it's very, very important. A lot of university scale research is done at this stage. I was very excited to see in the Energy Act of 2020, a major new program to demonstrate these technologies at scale was authorized in that bill. This would be the real start of a big federal program to actually demonstrate it. There's a prize concept, which would be conducted at the Environmental Protection Agency for breakthrough technologies in this space. And then there would be a more traditional demonstration program at the Department of Energy. Of course, the authorizing legislation is only the first step. And now your colleagues on the Appropriations Committee actually have to fund that research at DOE and that prize at EPA. And I think significantly more can be done in this space. A number of utilities who have made net zero commitments seem to be relying on the existence of a serious amount of this technology 30 or 40 years from now. I know Duke Energy, for example, in some of their modeling has indicated they might like to buy as much as 8 million tons a year. That's a really significant market signal to innovators in this space, but that's a market signal far in the future. So we need to invest in the R&D along the way to make sure that that's actually going to be available when they want to start buying that in the future.
Well, thank you, Mr. Powell. That sounds like something maybe the Democrats and Republicans can agree upon as part of the energy mix. And so I hope we can. Mr. Powell, I have another question for you. My understanding is that the federal government is required to purchase 7.5% of its energy from renewable sources, but right now hydroelectric power isn't included as a renewable energy source. And I know Representative Schreier talked about all the hydroelectric power in her state. Why shouldn't hydroelectric power be included as a renewable energy source? It seems counterintuitive to me, and do you think it should be?
That's a great question. It absolutely should be. And to take a bigger step back, it's unclear to me why that requirement is only renewable resources. If what we care about is low carbon energy, I don't see why that wouldn't be a low carbon requirement for federal purchasing, not a renewable requirement. I was actually heartened to see, I believe one of the executive orders from the Biden administration actually proposed making that change, that it's going to be a carbon-free procurement as opposed to renewable procurement. Long way to go. I don't think that's been implemented yet, but I think that's a step in the right direction. And absolutely, large and existing hydropower should be part of that mix. It's right now, it's the second largest renewable resource in this country, and it's by far the most flexible renewable resource in this country. So it certainly should be included in procurements like that.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm really looking forward to being on this subcommittee. And I also want to thank the witnesses for being here today. This is such an important subject area, and I think we can devote a lot of time to it, but I'm trying to be as quick as possible. Clean energy development fueled by California's Renewable Portfolio Standard, or as we call it, RPS, has attracted more than $2 billion in clean energy investments, and the clean energy sector now employs over 500,000 workers in the state. Now, federal tax credits for solar and wind energy have also made these developments possible. And the recent extension of these programs really will continue to fuel investments into clean energy and decarbonization. Given California's success with RPS, a National Clean Energy Standard, or CES, should be a crucial solution for decarbonization. Dr. Pakala, I would like to ask you about the role a CES can play in driving decarbonization during this decade, the 2020s, and what is a realistic, ambitious clean energy target for 2030? Dr. Pakala?
So I should start by representing what's in the report that we just released, and that is that we recommend a clean energy standard that, particularly for electric power, that gets us to 75% zero carbon electricity by 2030, and also a standard for zero emissions vehicles that gets us to 50% of sales for light duty vehicles by 2030, and also a zero emissions standard, manufacturing standard for home appliances, particularly home heating, but also home cooling. I want to also just double down on the point that you made, that the position that we're in, where we can do a transition at about the same cost as the energy system that we've had over the last 30 years, actually a little less than the energy system we've had for the last 30 years. The reason we're in that position is a triumph of human ingenuity backed by public policy. Mm-hmm. So that is precisely the creation, for instance, of markets in wind and solar before they were ready. And also, to some extent, the unconventional natural gas, by using public policy instruments that created these markets before they were ready, that allowed free market competition to drive their costs down and made them available as alternatives today. And the clean, the fuel standard in California has been used in exactly that same way. I'll note that one of the big companies doing direct air capture is making use of that subsidy to bring that technology into the marketplace, even though it's still pre-commercial otherwise.
Okay, now I'm going to get into clean transportation. The Diesel Emissions Reductions Act, a bill that I've championed for many years, was enacted last Congress. This legislation focused on providing millions of dollars in funding to retrofit polluting diesel engines in medium and high duty heavy-duty vehicles with cleaner technologies. Similarly, my home state adopted the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, which requires truck makers to sell cleaner zero-emission trucks in the state. Both initiatives will have significant consequences on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution for frontline communities. Dr. Pagla, once again, what are your recommendations for actions to reduce emissions from heavy-duty vehicles in this decade?
So
Go ahead.
Yeah, there are two technologies that can be used to decarbonize heavy vehicles, and they're still in competition, right? There are some developers that think that you can do this with batteries, even for long haulers, and that we can get charging rates down to low enough levels that you could do long hauling interstate transport with big trucks. Almost everyone agrees now that for routes less than 250 miles, which includes a lot of the urban traffic you're talking about that leads to local air pollution, that probably can be done with batteries. The alternative is hydrogen fuel cells right now. And hydrogen fuel cells represent still there's a horse race. I think that if I had to guess, I'm going to guess batteries are going to win, but I wouldn't go to the market on that yet.
Okay, well, I'm running out of time, so thank you very much, and so I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes. Mr. Pence, please unmute. Mr. Pence, it seems as though you are muted. Mr. Pence, it seems as though you are muted.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps we could go to Mr. Armstrong and we'll try to get Mr. Pence on.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Armstrong for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Powell, I actually appreciated some of what you talked about, probably because I was the prime sponsor of the FAST Act, last legislation, last session, and going to introduce it again. And I know Ms. Castor is going after me, and I had the ability to serve on the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis with her. And one thing we heard from witnesses from all across the ideological spectrum is the interoperability and the intraoperability of our grid is reliant on infrastructure. And regardless of what source of infrastructure that is, the permitting process, primarily with in federal areas, has become so duplicative, burdensome, and just simply takes so long that it's very difficult to raise capital for that. So if you could just talk about that as part of making sure, regardless of which energy is getting on the grid, that we actually have an ability to do this. Because I'm in North Dakota right now, and we obviously deal with these issues better than Texas. We know winter pretty well, but we have rolling blackouts as well right now because of the strain on the grid as a whole from the Canadian border to the Gulf of Mexico.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for the question, Congressman. Thank you for your leadership on this really important issue. We can only build clean energy as fast as we can permit it. And it doesn't really matter what your vision of a clean energy future is, whether it's something that's really, really highly renewable and requires an enormous amount of new transmission and that kind of linear infrastructure centered along with a lot of really large land area developments like very large wind farms or large solar plants, or if it's a vision of the future that has a much more compact clean energy vision, like a lot of carbon capture plants on existing fossil facilities, but that probably requires more pipelines running around the country, taking that carbon dioxide away from those power plants, or if it's a vision with a lot of hydrogen that's going to require a lot of new hydrogen pipelines. Like regardless, we're going to need to build a significant amount of new linear infrastructure in this country, thousands and tens of thousands of miles of this. I think the Princeton Net Zero study that Dr. Pacala was very influential in setting up and leading has demonstrated that kind of regardless of which clean energy future, we're going to need an enormous amount of this going forward. And so it just cannot be the case that it takes a decade from the beginning of attempting to site a project to actually realizing steel in the ground between the NEPA reviews, the environmental impact statements, the traditional air and water permitting processes, and the local, state, and federal permitting processes all along the way. I'm not suggesting that we sacrifice the environmental reviews or the environmental integrity of any of that, but I think we do need to find ways that we can do more things in parallel as opposed to in sequence, and that we can get to yes and no answers much more quickly in these processes.
Yeah, and I think actually, I mean, people talk about pipelines, we talk about transmission lines. The hardest thing to permit over a federal waterway is a highway. I mean, year in and year out, that's what takes longer than everything else. So, I mean, I'll have plenty of time to fight with my colleagues about what sources of energy that are, and we'll probably go into it in the next minute and 45 seconds. But I think realistically, we have to do a better job of protecting the environment, but getting permitting done. Otherwise, first of all, private capital is going to be chased away because the time constraints just take too long. And secondly, I mean, time value of money and energy are really important. But one of the other things I just wanted to talk about is when we talk about renewables versus other sources of energy, we don't talk about the economics of producing energy well enough. Because in North Dakota, we do about 29% of our grid is renewables. But over the last month, when it's been 20 below, it's dropped under 3%. And for a very windy state, it's been unquestionably calm. So coal and natural gas and the other thing we don't talk enough about is primacy on the grid, which is where one of the ways where low natural gas prices are an advantage against coal, but where they really have an advantage against coal is being able to start up and scale down depending on the amount of energy. And you've seen some of this in Texas in the last 2 days. So to oversimplify this in any way, shape, or form, but a coal plant or a natural gas plant has to be economically viable when they're when in North Dakota, they're 70% of the grid because we need them when they're 97% of the grid. And we don't spend enough time talking about that. And I can just guarantee you, when we introduce a bill that somehow harms a wind subsidy in North Dakota, the reason every wind lobbyist from across the country flies into North Dakota is not because they care about the environment. It's because it's become incredibly lucrative, and we have done policies where we allow people to sell energy onto the grid for less than it costs us to produce. And then when we get into these severe weather actions, we run into resiliency problems and we run into reliability problems. And with that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman goes back. The chair now recognizes the young lady from Florida, Ms. Kastner, with the aspirational background. We're all jealous of you, Kathy. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Rush. This is a very important and timely hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses today as well. I'm really thinking about all of the folks all across the state of Texas and what they're going through. So we really have a responsibility to work together to ensure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. The problem is these climate-fueled disasters are coming faster and they're costing us more. So we have a lot of work to do together on this. To the witnesses, I wanted to ask you about some of the recommendations that we included last year in the big select committee on the climate crisis are solving the climate crisis report. They relate to resiliency in our electricity system and infrastructure. We recommended that we develop federal resilience standards for electricity infrastructure, authorizing DOE to identify and evaluate climate-related risks to the electric grid in partnership with states and local communities in the private sector, and build in the priorities of consumers. We recommended that the Department of Energy, FERC, and NERC work with the Mitigation Framework Leadership Group to develop resiliency standards so that when we are federally funding these infrastructure upgrades, they have to come along with appropriate standards. We also recommended improving planning and cost allocation for transmission lines, something that you all discussed a little bit already, and helping states harden their physical grid infrastructure and improve maintenance to make the grid more resilient. Now, when we're talking about the modernization and expansion of the grid, the macro grid in America, I would think that it would be wise, if we're making those kind of federal investments, that they have to be paired with these kind of resiliency priorities. I want to ask you all if you agree, and do you highlight one over the other? First, Dr. Pacala.
I can be quick. I do believe that we need resiliency requirements as we develop the grid, even if we didn't develop the grid to be more decarbonized. We need resiliency measures, additional resiliency measures.
Mr. Powell?
Absolutely, Congresswoman. But one thing I'll note is I think storage could play a big role in this. If we thought of storage as a transmission asset alongside a distribution asset, and we had more ability to move energy in time as opposed to just in space, I think that could be a really powerful part of this as well and could increase resilience.
Yeah, and I think folks agree on that. And when we're looking at the economic recovery package, we want to do more on storage. I mean, my friends from the natural gas areas, remember it was federal investments that led to the expansion of natural gas. And now it's time to mitigate the damage that climate change is doing and help put the R&D into those cleaner sources of energy. Mr. Gordon, what do you think about these important resiliency requirements, having the Congress authorize new requirements directing the Federal Department of Energy to do so as we expand and modernize the grid across the country?
Thank you, Congressman Castor. I think it's a great idea. We would be fully supportive of that. And just to clarify, I think you may have said that if the federal government is investing in a lot of the transmission infrastructure, and I'm not sure if that was the intent, but the transmission system by and large is owned by private companies today, and it's a patchwork grid that wasn't really designed for the future that we have to plan for. And so what we do really need to do is make sure that the transmission owning utilities are working in concert with each other, both regionally and interregionally, to make sure that electrons can flow seamlessly long distances in order to make sure that everyone has a higher degree of resiliency in the grid.
Well, I think we envisioned significant federal cooperation and investment in modernization and upgrading of the grid, and that's got to come in partnership with private utilities, public utilities, and the rest. And it would seem that we're on the cusp now, coming out of the COVID pandemic, hopefully soon, and the economic turmoil that it has wrought, that this can be a source of hundreds of thousands of good paying jobs in infrastructure and construction. And Dr. Pacala, I think the academies in your report, you focused a little bit on this. What is the potential here?
Young lady's time is up.
We'll take that for the record.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Fisk, who's returned on screen. Mr. Fisk, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Chair Rush and Republican Leader Burgess, for holding this hearing today, and thanks to the witnesses for your insight on decarbonization in the U.S. energy industry. Like many of my colleagues on this committee, I support an all-of-the-above approach to our energy supply and power generation. Access to abundant, reliable energy sources is beneficial for the customer, the economy, and for our national security and safety, as we're unfortunately seeing so drastically in Texas in the last few days. I agree with my friends across the aisle that renewables should play an important role in the future of our energy supply. Indiana's 6th District is doing its part to implement innovative clean energy technologies. North Vernon, Indiana, was the first city government in the state to be entirely powered by solar energy. The streetlights, buildings, traffic signals are all powered by locally sourced solar energy. Cummins Engine Company just mentioned the over-the-road diesel emissions, is located in my hometown in Columbus, Indiana. It is an international leader in heavy-duty electric engines. And in 2020 alone, Cummins won 5 Department of Energy awards, the most of any company, to advance the production of fuel cell technologies. So, Doctor, I hope that one wins out. And in the state of Indiana, wind energy production has doubled over the past decade, accounting for 6% of energy produced in Indiana. Hoosiers do not have a top-down federal mandate to thank for this progress. This progress is attributed to improved economic costs and a free market response to the growing demand for diverse energy production. It is in our best interest to support both the efforts to expand renewable energy capacity and access to fossil fuels like natural gas and coal. They provide robust baseload energy we need for a regional electric grid. As Mr. Camp mentions in his testimony, natural gas plays a critical role in local economic development, emissions reduction, and lower consumer utility bills. It's also a driver for good-paying manufacturing jobs that use natural gas for feedstock in the production process of plastics and chemicals in everyday consumer goods in the manufacturing, which is so important to the state of Indiana. We need a robust network of pipelines to extend those benefits to parts of the country that do not have locally sourced supplies of natural gas. Before coming to Congress, I personally shipped through pipelines, rail, and trucking companies. I know firsthand that nothing is safer for the environment and human lives than the pipelines that move reliable sources of energy to every corner of our country. If we are serious about maintaining a reliable energy source and competitiveness, low prices for consumers and a diverse energy supply is paramount. Mr. Powell, running along the Ohio River in Madison, Indiana, the Clifty Creek Power Plant burns coal for electricity generation, producing enough energy to power a city of 1 million people. Since the plant was constructed in the 1950s, the Clifty Creek Power Plant has invested more than $1 billion in environmental upgrades and efficiencies. Congress passed several provisions in the omnibus bill relating to clean coal innovation, including the 45Q tax credit extension for carbon capture, as well as demonstration programs to explore alternative uses for coal. Mr. Powell, can you speak to the importance of these provisions and how the Biden administration can approach the implementation in accordance with congressional intent?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Congressman. Thank you for your attention to these issues, this important support for carbon capture technology. For facilities like the one you're discussing, I think the important thing now is first demonstrating that we can bring down the cost of coal carbon capture technology. So that's the first thing that DOE needs to do. Right now, 45Q isn't quite enough to probably justify putting carbon capture on those facilities. We need to bring the price down a little further. And so the demonstration program set up at DOE will now authorize public-private partnerships to do more demonstrations on facilities like yours to capture those emissions in cost share with private sector players and with private sector utilities. So I think that's the first thing. And then once we've brought the cost down further to where it's more economic, 45Q hopefully will be able to take over. We may need to think about further extensions of 45Q in the future to continue helping support that technology and that deployment.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman, yields back. Mr. McCullough, you asked that you be excused at 2:45. Do you still need to be excused from the hearing?
Well, I do have a National Academies webinar with 3,000 people signed up that starts at 3, and they can soldier on without me if I'm needed. But if not, then I'm happy to make that gig.
So if we would love for you to continue as a witness, but you have to make the call. Do you need to be excused?
Yes, that would be best.
Okay, well, we thank you, Mr. Pacala, for your time. You have really made this hearing worthwhile, very interesting, and we certainly appreciate all your contributions to this hearing.
And I want to thank you, Chairman Rush, and every member of the committee for your service in the nation's interest. There is no more important issue today than the one that you're in charge of. So thank you.
All right, you're excused. And now the chair recognizes the gentleman from Vermont for 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Will, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say one of the best experiences I had in Congress was going to a coal mine in West Bygod, Virginia, with David McKinley. And Vermont's not coal country, but I got to tell you, I really admired those hardworking coal miners who kept the lights on in our barns and schools for so long. And I want to say to Mr. Camp, I really admire the hardworking folks that you're here representing. So whatever it is we do, there has to be enormous respect paid to people who've been really the pioneers and the hard workers and keeping our lights on, keeping our economy going. But there's also something that I think was Mr. Powell said. Disruption is happening, and many of our major utilities have adopted zero emission goals. So whether it's market forces, whether it's business changes, whether it's the awareness of climate change and carbon emissions playing a big role in that, changes here. And I think the challenge for us is to come up with pragmatic policies that are all of the above approach to addressing the changes that we need. But as we do it, never forget the people who have contributed. And we have to acknowledge that there is some disruption. And we've got to mitigate that for communities that are affected. One of the approaches that makes a lot of sense for me is energy efficiency. And Ms. Glover, I want to ask you, congratulations on your position. Really appreciate your leadership and of the Alliance. But we have some bipartisan bills in this legislature, in this committee, the Main Street Efficiency Act and the Hope for Homes legislation. Could you comment on A, efficiency, and B, why those two pieces of legislation would be helpful?
Excuse me, I didn't realize I was muted. I apologize. Thank you, Congressman, for your leadership and for that question. The Main Street Efficiency Act is particularly important to us, and we really do appreciate, your leading on that, because it does allow small businesses to have a place in this conversation, and they have a role that they can play. And as we talk about economic recovery for our country and the importance of small business, we believe that the Main Street Efficiency Act and giving grants not only to small businesses, and particularly those in distressed communities and minority-owned businesses, so that they can better improve the efficiency of their own spaces, whether that's building efficiency and or maybe even manufacturing processes, but at the same time supporting small businesses to be able to do that work is a double win. Additionally, we also believe that investments in homes and retrofits so that they are more efficient is also a double win. It's a win in that it allows people to save money, it allows us to save energy in our use on the grid, it builds resilience, but it also can be a really big economic driver. The cost to enter the efficiency space as a small business, it's a low barrier. It's not like other areas, other sectors of the industry. And so anything that we can do to not only encourage small businesses and residents to take advantage of these opportunities to participate, as well as take advantage of what it provides, is a really good
That's
win.
great. Thank you, because it's local control, business control, homeowner control, and community jobs. Let me ask Mr. Gordon. The administration has a goal of clean energy by 2035. And Representative Clark and I have introduced a renewable energy standard, which would have as a goal 55% renewable by 2030. We've heard how absolutely important it is for our generation folks to have some reliability. How would a 10-year renewable energy standard combined with a clean energy standard allow for certainty of the electrical generator community, and how would that help us with a clean energy economy?
Thank you, Congressman Welch, for that question. I think, as you point out, business certainty is huge for major infrastructure investments. And so having a 10-year program, whether it's a clean energy standard or a renewable energy standard, gives us the certainty we need to know that customers are going to be buying for that period of time at a minimum. And normally what happens, as soon as they start buying a little, they start buying a little bit more because the economics are so positive for them and for their customers. And so I think just getting a little nudge to the market through programs like this really gets the ball moving. And I think, what we've seen is massive interest, over the last 5 years from historically the biggest coal utilities in the country, the American Electric Powers, for instance. They're going big on wind right now. So all it takes is a nudge. You get the policy direction set, you give the certainty to the investors and the developers, because these projects take 5 to 7 years to develop, and you got to get them onto the grid, which can take even more time and more money. So we need that long horizon in order to make those type of investments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yields back. The chairman now recognizes Mr. Schrader for 5 minutes. I don't see any additional Republican members of the. I'm sorry, Mr. Palmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sitting way out here to your right, so it may have made me hard to see. I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess. You may consume.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and of course, Mr. Palmer, you're to the right of all of us, so that's no great surprise. So, Mr. Powell, you're still here. Let me ask you a question. I tried to ask you one earlier, and it got taken by another witness, but that's okay. I got a good answer, so and it gave me something to work on. But you talked about the 45Q tax credit. Are you familiar with the Petronova coal plant in Houston and the fact that it has been closed since September because it could not meet the operating costs, or the operating costs were exceeded any ability for it to meet those because of the reduction in energy prices that occurred with the COVID pandemic? So could you speak to that issue? Right now, it just seems criminal that plant is shuttered with the state so badly needing electricity, and granted it's in the southern part of the state, but every little bit helps right now. But could you speak to that?
Sure, absolutely, Congressman. It certainly does seem tragic at the moment that not just a coal-fired power plant, but a coal-fired power plant operating with very low emissions is not running. At this very moment of kind of energy scarcity in the state. To take a big step back on Petronova, I think we should all remember that was a demonstration project, and it worked as intended. So it clearly demonstrated post-combustion carbon capture on a coal-fired power plant. It worked very well. It sequestered more than 2 million tons. It put it safely underground into an older oil field, used it for enhanced oil recovery. All the economics of the project worked, even in the absence of federal subsidies, because unfortunately it was started up before 45Q, so it wasn't able to capture those 445Q was expanded rather. So it wasn't able to capture those 45Q benefits. It was able to capture some of the revenues from the enhanced oil recovery project that it was associated with, but unfortunately, when the COVID pandemic hit, oil prices crashed, and all gas prices crashed as well in Texas, and made gas-fired production just so inexpensive. It just no longer made sense to run that plant. So I think it worked very well as a technical demonstration. And now we need to go forward with the next generation post-combustion capture technologies, which bring that price down a little bit further. And then those would also be aided by 45Q. And so it probably would be a lot closer to an economic operation if you were to, say, do a Petronova 2.
Right. Well, when we're working on one of the coronavirus response packages last summer that didn't actually get passed into law, I worked with Senator Cornyn here in Texas to get extension of the 45Q tax credit. I also worked with Mr. Crenshaw to get that extended to natural gas generating facilities. But it seems to me that having the stability of that, I mean, that credit is going to expire, so it makes it harder to plan a big capital intensive project like that if the tax credit is going to evaporate. So it just seems to me, and again, maybe we'll get a chance to revisit this with one of the coronavirus response things. We haven't so far had any ability for bipartisan input, but Mr. Cornyn and I, or Senator Cornyn and I, our contribution last summer was to extend this 45Q tax credit to provide perhaps a little bit more stability for major projects like this. And I just think that's such an important part of this that we can't lose sight of it. We got the technology. We're doing what everyone asked us to do, produce electricity with coal with near zero emissions. And as you correctly point out, the enhanced oil field recovery on the other side of it, it really was a win-win-win proposition. And again, right now, tragically, it's shuttered and not contributing to the very necessary baseload of electricity in Texas. So just in general, and the question that I'd asked earlier that kind of got taken up by another witness, but just in general, your thoughts on decarbonization, renewables, resiliency of the grid. In short, could you summarize that?
Absolutely. I think let's take the Texas example. I think what we've seen very clearly is that we need a more resilient grid with a mix of resources. I think there are a number of highly resilient advanced technologies that could help in situations like this, and that could help for grids all over the country. They're going to be dealing with situations, extreme events like this in the future. That's advanced nuclear, that's more fossils with carbon capture, that's enhanced geothermal, and that's energy storage, so that we can take the great low-cost energy from wind and solar, and then we can move it around through time, right? Because that's a more variable energy source. So I think technology can be a big answer in all of this, but the real key is that we need a broad portfolio, a really resilient mix. We don't want to have all our eggs in any one or a few baskets in this. We need a lot of options, especially because we're going to have different parts of the country and we're going to be responding to very different to extreme weather.
Great answer. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I do need to point out that one of the hazards of an interconnected grid is that problems can spread more rapidly, and we need to bear that in mind as well. And I'll yield back.
Ranking member, actually ranking member years back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Schrader for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate this hearing. Certainly timely, and I agree with folks that this is going to be hopefully one of the signature efforts of this particular Congress as we get hopefully on the other side of this COVID epidemic. And my heart goes out to the folks in Texas and that part of the Midwest and South that are really getting hit by this terrible freezing cold weather. But I will point out to everybody, my district is also, unfortunately, been in the throes of once in a century ice storm in the Mid-Willamette Valley here in Oregon. And it's put hundreds of thousands of folks out of power. I got my power back yesterday, 5 days without heat, water, just the ability to do pretty much anything. My fireplace came in handy, but it showcases and headlights, I think, some of the problems that we face out here. Ours in the Pacific Northwest wasn't a result of frozen pipelines, but it was down power lines with the trees. It points out, I think, the need to do serious vegetative management and pursue some of the new federal policies this Congress and previous Congresses have put in place over the last several years to effectively harden our grid, if you will, just by minimizing some of the power problems we're going to have due to overhead power lines. I just would say also, I think it goes for every member on this panel. I want to thank all the line crews, the efforts that these men and women have put in, going 24/7, 18-hour shifts, certainly in my Mid-Willamette Valley, and I'm sure it's true down in Texas too, that they've done everything they can trying to get Oregonians and Texans back online. So I really want to call that out and appreciate their work. I guess questions, well, a comment, I just agree with Congressman Welsh and the work that Ms. Glover's Power Alliance is doing. I think that's critical. Energy efficiency is probably the least expensive, most efficient, no pun intended, way to get reduction in carbon emissions and compliance with all our folks out there. But I was going to ask Mr. Gordon if you could talk with the transmission line problems that we're having, the pipeline problem. Can you talk a little bit about what does it mean to harden the grid? How do you have redundancy? What role putting power lines underground plays, and how economical all that is? Everyone wants to talk about building another plant or doing more renewable, but there's a certain amount of just getting the transmission redundancy, I assume, that needs to occur. Could you comment on that?
Thank you, Congressman Schroeder. Yes, it's absolutely the case. What we need to harden the grid will be more high voltage transmission lines, so that if one line trips off or is taken out by a tree, that there is redundancy in the system, which obviously improves the resiliency of the grid and hardens the grid. So, I mean, absolutely, that is imperative. As you might know, there's not a lot of public support for new transmission lines, so it's a tough one. You know, it's gonna be the Achilles heel of making this transition happen, because what really needs to happen is more of these lines in order to harden the grid. Burying the lines is an option in some cases. The costs are higher as well, so that has to be taken into consideration, of course. So there's no one easy solution from a cost standpoint, but I think the solution from a technical standpoint is fairly clear.
I appreciate that. Maybe a role of Congress could be to incentivize some of the landowners to allow some of these transmission lines to go over or under their properties. Mr. Powell, what's the proper balance? We talked a little bit about our role in the United States and other governments about globally balancing out what's America's role and how do we engage others to do their fair share.
Thanks very much for the question, Congressman, and thanks for your leadership on the energy innovation topic broadly. It's a delicate balance. You know, when we think about some of these very aggressive goals, even some of the voluntary goals that have been made in the United States, the net zero goals, we do have to acknowledge those things are going to come with a cost in all likelihood. There may be near-term opportunities for cost savings, but it probably will mean more cost in the future. And that's why innovation is so important, because it can help drive down the costs of compliance. So hopefully we don't lose too much to American competitiveness and jobs during that period. And of course, if we don't drive down the costs, then we're not going to have the things to export to the rest of the world that they'll take. So many of the other countries, Nigeria, Indonesia, the rapidly developing world, they don't have the rich resources that the United States does. They're making their decisions about building up their economies almost entirely on the basis of the lowest cost, nearest term opportunities. So unless we give them better opportunities to decarbonize their grids as well, they're very unlikely to take them on. So I think it is a delicate balance, and it really highlights the need for innovation to drive down costs and improve performance.
Well, thank you very much. I hope American innovation and technology contribute to that solution. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. I'm seeing I've lost my visual, but can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, loud and clear.
All right. Ms. Custer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to, at the outset, insert into the record, if I could, 2 articles. The first from the Texas Tribune: Texas largely relies on natural gas for power. It wasn't ready for the extreme cold. And the second, the New York Times article entitled "How to Prevent the Next Texas Power Breakdown." So I'd seek permission to insert those into the record.
Hear no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Chairman Rush and Acting Ranking Member Burgess, for holding this important hearing today. I'm excited to be returning to the Energy Subcommittee and continuing our work across the aisle to advance policies to tackle climate change and advance clean energy solutions. I believe that the federal government must take bold action to invest in clean energy to achieve net zero carbon emissions, because it's good for our health, it's good for the planet, and it will create millions of good-paying green jobs. As a recent National Academy of Sciences report found, the transition to net zero could provide quality jobs and economic benefits for American workers. One form of carbon-free energy that is ripe for expansion is hydropower. A 2016 DOE report outlined U.S. hydropower production could grow up to 150 gigawatts in 2050, producing enough carbon-free energy to power 36 million homes. We don't need to build new dams to achieve this goal. The Federal Regulatory Energy Commission has already identified hundreds of dams, including 4 in my district, that could be safely retrofitted to generate hydropower. Mr. Gordon, my first question is for you. Would retrofitting, rehabilitating, and removing dams create quality jobs and help to decarbonize the energy system?
I'm sorry, Congressman Kuster, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Would retrofitting, rehabilitating, and removing dams create quality jobs and help to decarbonize the energy system?
So our company does not operate in the hydro sector, so I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Is there anyone else on the panel that wants to take a crack at that? If not, I'll move on.
I'd be happy to, Congresswoman.
Sure.
Thank you for your attention to this issue. We've got an enormous potential in retrofitting non-powered dams in this country, literally thousands of potential opportunities for that. And I think there was just an important announcement between the National Hydro Association and American Rivers, where basically the conservation community and the hydropower community are coming together with some joint proposals about places where perhaps older or non-used dams could be removed and other non-powered dams could be powered up. And so we can have a real win-win on conservation and producing more clean electricity. I think that there's an enormous opportunity there.
Terrific. Well, I'm a big fan of that approach, and I know well Dan Riker, formerly of the Department of Energy, who was involved in that negotiation. So thank you for bringing it up. What I'm interested in is, while I'm a strong supporter of taking steps to reach net zero emissions, I believe we should also pursue negative emission technologies that remove carbon directly from the atmosphere. My time is short, so I'm going back to Mr. Gordon, but if someone else would like to respond, can you speak to the role that negative emissions technologies have to play to help the planet achieve net zero emissions?
Congressman Kuster, again, I'm sorry, I'm not informed
All
on
right.
that topic.
Anyone else want to take a stab at that?
I'm happy to also add, Congressman Custer, and I apologize for the siren behind me here, but negative emission technologies, I think, could play an enormous role in this space. Most of the models of a future deeply decarbonized energy system show that we'll need to rely on, perhaps around the world, billions of tons of this negative emission technology. That could take a number of forms. That could take the form of mechanical devices, which capture things directly from the atmosphere. That could take the form of better forestry and soil management practices, where foresters and farmers could be compensated for pulling this out of the atmosphere. It could even take the form of ocean approaches, where we either grow more plants in the ocean or do things to the ocean so that they become more of a sink for carbon dioxide. A ton of innovation is needed in this space. DOE is just getting started, and the broader federal energy innovation apparatus is just getting started. The private sector is also leading the way. You've seen major commitments from Microsoft and Amazon and a number of other major technology producers that are really investing deeply in this space as well. So I think it's a space with a lot of movement. It's very early days, and it remains very expensive currently. We need to focus on bringing the cost far, far down so it could be a real part of the mix.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Powell. My time is up, and I'll yield back. Thank you for your expertise.
Yes. I want to thank the young lady for yielding back. The chair screen is frozen, and my time, my clock is frozen also. So, but the audio is, I can hear you. The audio is working fine. So the chair now recognizes Ms. Marigon for 5 minutes, and Ms. Marigon, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, for this important hearing on solutions to reach 100% clean energy economy. We've seen the deadly costs associated with the fossil fuel industry through extreme weather events influenced by climate change, whether it's record wildfires in California or a polar vortex in Texas, we cannot drill, mine, or frack our way out of the climate crisis. Instead, we need a massive investment in clean energy, energy efficiency, and battery storage combined with modernizing our grid for this century's challenges. By prioritizing these investments in environmental justice communities, we can have a transformational impact on our economy and our climate. Mr. Chair, I would like to submit for the record a February 16, 2021 article from the New York Times entitled "Texas Blackouts Hit Minority Neighborhoods Especially Hard."
Criminal justice order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Glover, I'd like to start with you. It's critical for there to be racial equity in the new jobs created from our transition to clean energy. In California, Latinos make up 34.4% of California's workforce, yet only 21.8% of the energy efficiency industry. Black workers are 9.8% of the workforce, yet only make up 7.3% of the energy efficiency industry. How can the energy efficiency industry do more to prioritize minorities for training and support to enable them to obtain employment in energy efficiency business?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question and appreciate your leadership. You know, through the summer, the Alliance and the members of our coalition really start to talk very deeply about equity and the concerns of underrepresented communities and how we could do better. And we adopted a set of principles that would guide us not only in our advocacy positions, but also we are working to support our companies and those that are part of our coalition. They are all really focused on trying to figure out how do they better attract people of color to their business, how do they reach out to them better, do a better job of that, identify those types of opportunities that people would be interested in and encourage them to participate. But additionally, we are looking at who our partners should be, who are already in these communities, who can really provide us the kind of guidance and direction that we need. And I would suggest that, you know, the entire industry in some way is thinking about these problems and trying to figure it out. But we do need the help of leaders as yourself, such as yourself, as well as others in our communities to help us do the right thing the right way. And what I mean by that is address the concerns of the community the way that they see them, and also make sure that we're encouraging investment in those communities so that, as you stated, they are also getting not just jobs. I think jobs and for people to be employed is a great thing, but we have lots of entrepreneurial minds in our communities and people who have the ability to grow great businesses. And in terms of energy efficiency, we want them to be a part of this industry and use that talent so that we can spread the work that we do throughout the country,
Thank you.
quite frankly.
Thank you so much, Ms. Glover. Mr. Gordon, when I listen to my colleagues on the Republican side, they repeatedly talk about electricity prices being a consequence of the transition to a cleaner, healthier energy future. However, over the past 10 years, the cost of wind power has dropped by 70%. Solar power costs are down by 90%, and lithium-ion batteries are for energy storage are and electric vehicles are down by 85%. Is the argument that clean energy is too expensive based in reality or outdated?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. I think that's a very good question, and you are right to state the facts that the cost of new wind, new solar, new battery storage have declined significantly over the last 10 years. And so when you're comparing, you know, the building of a new gas plant versus a new wind plant versus a new solar plant, wind and solar are competitive with both of those. And if you look at the stats, there's not a single coal plant being built in the United States in the contiguous 48 right now. On the other hand, you have significant builds in wind and solar. It's because the costs have come down so much that the utilities who own both renewables, nuclear, coal, gas, they see the future is very clear to them, and it's going to be dominated by renewables. And so they're just making that move right now because of the costs.
Well, thank you for that. One thing we don't talk enough about is the cost of the impact on health and negative health impacts. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And the gentlelady yields back. I just want to remind members And I'm having a technology problem. My screen is frozen. My clock is frozen. My audio is working just fine. So I'm going to ask members, I can't see the clock. So please be mindful of the fact that when your time is up, bring your questions to a conclusion. The chair now recognizes for 5 minutes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McKeeshan, for 5 minutes. Mr. McKeeshan? The chair now recognizes the gentleman lady from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for calling this important hearing. And I want to thank the witnesses, not only for your testimony, but for your perseverance. I hear every day from my constituents in Delaware about the impacts of climate change that they are already facing, whether it's the rising sea levels that flood our beaches, the changing seasons impacting our farmers in Delaware, or the extreme heat that endangers our most vulnerable citizens. This week's extreme weather event in Texas and parts of the Midwest has highlighted the importance of investing in energy resilience. We need to work together to create a more climate resilient energy system. We need to be better prepared for future emergencies to better protect our constituents, which is why I introduced the Open Back Better Act last year and why I plan to reintroduce it in the upcoming weeks. As we start to rebuild our economy from the ongoing public health pandemic, we need to be intentional. The Open Back Better Act invests in retrofits to ensure that our nation's critical infrastructure, such as hospitals, libraries, and community centers, are safer, cleaner, more energy efficient, and more resilient against future threats, while creating good paying jobs and prioritizing those communities hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. These upgrades are critical to low wealth communities and communities of color, which are so often disproportionately burdened by the impacts of public health emergencies and natural disasters. My questions are for Ms. Glover. First, Ms. Glover, I want to thank you and the coalition for all of your hard work and also your leadership and support for the Open Back Better Act. As you referenced in your written testimony, the Open Back Better Act helps to retrofit mission critical buildings throughout the country. Can you please expand on why these efforts are so important, especially to low wealth communities and communities of color? And how do we ensure that resiliency efforts include all communities?
Sure. Thank you so much, Congresswoman, for the question and for your leadership on this issue. I think as we start to think about buildings in particular and the importance that they place, a lot of the conversation that we've had over the last 6 months around equity is really focused on underinvestment or non-investment. And so it's really important for those communities that are the most disadvantaged that we start investing in them first. And buildings and retrofitting buildings is a great way to do that and an important way to do that. One, for those communities, particularly when we're talking about public buildings, being able to save money for localities on their energy costs, and they can redirect those funds to other things that they have to take care of, is one thing that this would do. Secondly, as you mentioned, the opportunity for jobs is a big one, right? And we're talking about not just a job on one building, but we're talking about giving people skills that they can carry on to do that work in all kinds of ways. And we're not talking about just college education jobs, but also blue jobs, green jobs, however you'd like to describe them. We're talking about giving people skills that are going to allow them to sustain themselves and their family over the long haul. And thirdly, I think it's an opportunity to give a demonstration to the community at large about why efficiency is important, what it can do for you. People get to see it in ways that they may not, even if they can't see behind the walls, they see the effect and impact of that work in their schools, in their mayor's offices, et cetera, and their hospitals. And so I think, for all of those reasons, this work is critically important, and we have an opportunity to do it now. And if we're going to transition, we need to take care of these communities first, and we need to do it now.
Excellent. Can you also tell us how Congress can help alleviate any real or even perceived risks for businesses and industries as we accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy?
I think what Congress can do is to think about what businesses are really needing now and address those needs. And that means hearing from people. A lot of what we learned with how we were trying to help small business, particularly out of the pandemic, what we learned sometimes is that the rush to put money out there sometimes doesn't hit the people that you want. And so I appreciate all of your deliberative efforts to make sure that what you're putting out into the market in terms of funding is very specific and is going to hit the communities and intended that you intend. And I just think that in terms of energy efficiency, as we said, 99% of the energy efficiency jobs, 99% of the jobs happen, well, no, all the jobs happen in 99% of the counties across this country. That means we're all impacted by it, and we should do something with that.
Thank you so much. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman, yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. O'Halloran for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the panel, and also the members on the committee for the outstanding discussion today. It was a broad view of what the discussion is going to be for the next number of years. The energy industry has changed significantly in the last decade, as we all know. Electricity from coal has declined. Our nation has become energy independent, and renewable energy technologies have put our nation on the path to continued carbon emission reductions. My district is facing the brunt of the transition away from coal as major plants continue to close, workers are laid off, and local economies are hurt. It is essential that new federal policies provide equality and opportunity for rural communities that are too often left behind. As the Biden administration pursues its robust climate agenda, I look forward to putting our word bipartisan climate proposals that support innovation and energy security. I will soon be introducing comprehensive legislation, the new Promise Act, to put impacted coal communities in the driver's seat, with economic development support for their economies and workers, mitigate the tax revenue losses, major plant closures that cause those, cause local economies to have impact, empowers workers, and more, including job training. Dr. Powell, or Mr. Powell, I'm sorry, I appreciate your testimony highlighting the need for pragmatic policies to support impacted communities and workers in the energy transition. Part of my legislation will authorize grant funding for communities to respond and repurpose coal-fired facilities for new energy production, manufacturing, and other purposes. Could you comment on how this and other policy solutions could reduce the assets, the strain on assets, and create real employment?
Thank you so much, Congressman. Thank you for your support of the Use It Act and so much other legislation that's tried to bring forward carbon capture and these other important technologies. Thank you for the upgrade in title as well. I didn't get quite that far, but take it here. I think that policy that tries to take advantage again of the existing infrastructure, as we discussed with Congressman Armstrong, has a lot of real merit. I mean, it's an absolute shame that units like the Navajo Generating Station that have all of the interconnects, probably a lot of boilers and other potential things that could be put back to use aren't being taken advantage of right now. I'd say the highest and best use for facilities like that are as demonstration sites for carbon capture technologies. So, continuing the existing use of those sites and continuing the existing use of the fossil fuel assets, we know we need to crack that technology if we're going to resolve global emissions. We know we need to demonstrate that somewhere. Why shouldn't we prioritize disadvantaged communities? And if it's not carbon capture technology, I do think that there's a lot of other things that could be done with those units and assets. For example, advanced nuclear technologies might be one thing that you could put in to repower an existing fossil generating plant like that. Low carbon hydrogen also might be something that you could bring in, whether that's produced from fossil fuels with carbon capture or produced from renewable resources, might be something that you could bring into to revitalize those facilities and reuse those assets. So I think that prioritizing communities that are facing this transition and prioritizing using those existing assets is the way to do this, that both has the least impact on communities and potentially is the most cost-effective way to do it because you're using the existing assets.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Mr. Gordon, a recent report stated that utility-scale energy storage installations will exceed 10 gigawatts by 2021. I was proud to see my legislation signed into law last year, which the committee voted for also, which will provide technical assistance, identify barriers, and financial resources from DOE to utilities serving rural communities. Could you discuss the importance of new energy storage technologies being considered with transmission resource planning? Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, and in fact, in your own district, we have over 1,000 megawatts of combined solar and energy storage projects in development. So we are working with utilities in the state to address, their resource adequacy needs after they replace or decide not to build new fossil generation. So we are already in your district working right now to build significant amounts of projects.
Thank you very much, and I yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and with that, this concludes the witness questions and answers phase of the subcommittee. And I certainly want to thank each of our witnesses for your participation in today's hearing. You have made this hearing a very, very meaningful and successful hearing. I want to also thank all the members for your fine questions that you asked of the witnesses and the witnesses for your answering these questions. So again, I want to thank our witnesses for your participation, and the witnesses are excused. I want to remind members that pursuant to committee rules that they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by the witnesses who have appeared. I ask each witness to respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. And now I have a unanimous consent request to enter into the record the following documents, and the staff has agreed that due to the high volume of documents for the record, the minority and the majority staff have come to an agreement on the completeness and fullness of this list. And I would ask now that we enter these records and these documents into the record, rather, en bloc and without objections, so ordered. At this time, the subcommittee stands.
Mr. Chairman. Wait, Mrs. Burgess, would you yield for another unanimous consent request?
I yield to Mr. Burgess.
I just wanted to ask unanimous consent that an article from E&E News discussing the Petronova plant that I talked about in Houston from September of 2020. I'll have my staff get that to you, and I'd ask unanimous consent to include that in the documents in the record as well.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, now the subcommittee is adjourned.